T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that. I'll do it with
separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. Good morning, guys. Good to be with you all. We do have some things to kind of cover that are kind of interesting starting off the day-to-day. Let's just start with the usuals. We'll go ahead and track some of the stuff that we normally track. Looks like overnight they had that 200,000 shares that they could have borrowed. They've actually added back to that since. Looks like the ETFs have been borrowed from just ever so slightly. Coming down and looking at short exempt volume, that dropped quite a bit. It's down to 303,000. With dark pool percentage dropping ever so slightly, it went from 71.5 to 69.7. To me, it would seem like basically just volume dropped off to non-existence yesterday. Hence the reasoning for these numbers. Why the volume is getting so low, I do not know the answer to that question. However, I don't know that I've seen. I just started tracking open interest, and noticed that this morning that it looks much different than it normally does. Just to give you an example of how it's changed, in the open interest section before, we had at a $40 strike, we had 19.2. So this is supposed to be all the open contracts that are out there. And it dropped from 19.2 to 13.1, and the actual value changed as well. It's now 45 versus the 40 that it was before. For the puts, it moved up from 30 to 32 at 11.6 in open interest. And I'm gonna have to refer to Duncan when he does come on, but I'm not, because I'm not as, this is something new that I'm tracking. I haven't tracked before, but I think this means that that some of the options positions closed. I'm not sure how that works exactly, but I'm gonna have to figure it out. Anyways, the volume is currently still has the same spread as before, and it's 17.1 at 38 for the puts, and 40 is the strike price for the calls at 27,000 options. And that was that should be the volume from yesterday, which will reset at 8:45 this morning. Basically 15 minutes into the trading cycle. Let's see here. John was sending me quick messages. Let me check them real quick. Let's see. Moving on here. We are going to look at. I want to look at Ortex so bad right now, and I know that it's probably not updated. I'll go ahead and pull it over real quickly. Just kind of see if it's there, if the information's there. I want to update my my True Demon tally marks. Yeah, okay, so nothing going there. Short share interest is at 15%. That is higher. But I doubt any of these numbers are in yet. Let's see. Oh, they are in. Okay, utilization went just ever so slightly down. It went from 90.13 down to 89.83. So let's go ahead and change that. 89.83. I don't know why I don't just look up here in the top to see what it is. I just haven't trained my eyes to do that quite yet. So bear with me while I take a screenshot. I'm going to update the tracker on the page, and poof, it should be changed now. All right, so that is updated. Those are updated numbers on the tracker. So we have short exempt volume at 303,000, which is extremely low. And that's based off the fact that volume was just so incredibly low yesterday. They didn't have to fight for anything because there was nothing to fight for. Everybody kind of gave up yesterday, I think. Let's look at some of the other numbers and see if they're on here yet. On loan data is there. It went from 97.3 to 97.8, so about 500,000 shares lent, versus what they were reporting yesterday in the borrowed change section right here. Ortex reported negative 1.26 million. Sorry about that. Negative 1.26 million shares returned. However, that's not what we were actually seeing. It looks like they borrowed about 500,000 yesterday. So that number is still ever increasing. Average age of the loans, average on loan age per day is increasing still. So that's good. Definitely want to see that value increasing over time. That means that they're not covering. Failure delivers isn't going to change any, so we still got that block. It's not going to change till a few more days into the next month. Let's see. Short share interest percentage of the free float. Ever so slightly up from 14.93 to 15. And we'll just look at free float on loan real quick. And that's also going to increase. If the on loan's increasing, then that's got to be increasing as well. Let's see. Let's see if there's any new indicators for AMC. Nope, still the July 9th trigger trading signal. I'm waiting. I think we're going to see a new one pop up here soon. So that's where we're standing. Volume so low, 40. It's less than it was yesterday. At this time. So the question is, good morning, Duncan. So if open interest at a certain price is down compared to yesterday, they close the positions. That's what I thought. Biggest call is 125, but think we should disregard this and look at the positions closer to current price. Let me pull that back up real quick and go down and check that out. Let me refresh because maybe I'm not getting the most updated numbers. Okay, so now I just refreshed and it seems like a whole bunch of other numbers are there now that weren't there before when I was checking. So let me see if that, because when I had it refreshed earlier, these numbers were, this is what I have in the parentheses is what I was coming up with. So let me see if that's changed. Yeah, this has definitely changed. Okay, so there was probably just some kind of reporting issue on Yahoo because I'm still getting 45, or I'm still getting 40 at 21.2 instead of 19.2. So that's kind of why I put things in parentheses because I felt like there might be a reporting issue. Looks like on the puts at $30. $30 is 24.5, so that's slightly higher. Yeah, so there was a bunch of zeros in here a little bit ago, as you saw it probably as I just refreshed the screen. But oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, the open interest volume on 125 is through the roof for the calls. Dang. I see what you're saying, but I feel like we need to acknowledge that that $125 strike price is the highest. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to change this parenthesis into that value. since things are reporting correctly now. 34.2. So honorable mention. The 125 actually has the highest open interest. I think part of that reason was I saw somebody I can't remember who it was I was watching a video of. I was watching a video. Somebody was talking about how a whale came in and basically bought up, did a sweep at that price range yesterday. So, yeah, we'll go with that. Let me go back up here and check the open interest on the puts just to verify that I'm in the right spot. 24.5 looks to be the biggest. Yeah. Okay. So I have the correct numbers there. 17.1. Okay. So volume yesterday. Let's talk volume. Yesterday's volume was extremely low. And it's looking like it was 55.1 million shares. We did drop in price from, excuse me, day over day. It looks like we dropped in about a little over $2, $2 and maybe like 20 cents or so. So, and right now it's kind of shaping up to be a very low volume day today with 40,000 shares traded so far. Today's looking a lot like yesterday. I had mentioned before that on the 9th of this month, we had something similar happen as yesterday. We'll just kind of look at this. This value, like kind of look at what the date kind of looked like, and we'll go back to the 9th of July. So here's yesterday, right here. Just kind of remember what that looks like. And if we go back to the 9th, holy moly, come on, drag. It doesn't want to, I'm gonna have to, sorry, I'm gonna have to redo this. Let's see here. Let's try to get back. Let's try to get back there. 5 days, 5 minutes. We want to see the 9th data. Okay, let's see. Here we go. 13, 8, 9. So if we drag up here and we look at it, there's the 9th data. Do you see that W that's in there? We had the W, I think, a little bit later in the day. But the overall kind of price trend was really similar to what we had on the 9th. The bad news about that is that we had almost an identical day after the 9th on the 10th, where we opened up at about, well, actually, I've got it over here on this other screen. We opened at, and that would have been the 12th. This is the 12th because there was a weekend in between. But the 12th, we opened up at 44.29, but ended up dropping to 42.61, which is almost a $2 decrease in price again. So honestly, I think we're kind of on some kind of similar trend right now to that, and I think that I'm gonna have to put us down for the same thing. It looks like they had 57.6 million in volume on the 9th, and we ended up having 55.1. So similar, such a similar day. I think we are moving into another day of it. Maybe very close to the same numbers. So I'm going to say between. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a spread here, so I'll say 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day for a prediction. I know it's really early on, and normally don't make those predictions until I see the 7 a.m. Values, the 7 a.m. column of or the pokey stick of volume. So, but yeah, this is yesterday. This is that W that I was talking about that was over here. We actually, I mean, we kind of did have a W in the beginning of the day too. Yeah, I'm tending to think that we might have another duplicate day. So we maybe end at like 36. Just call it 36.50. I think I think my spread today is gonna be 36 to 39, and just be pleasantly wrong if it's not the case. But I still have 40 more minutes. I'm getting way ahead of myself here. Since I know you're watching, Duncan, I'm going to put in a price quote today first. Today's my turn to go first. Oh no, I'm not even going to look at your. I looked over and I saw something pop up on you, and I saw numbers, but I didn't look to see what it was yet. I'm not committing to I'm not going to look back at yours because I don't want to be influenced by it. But I need to see that 7 a.m. Stick of volume. Let's see here. There was something I kind of wanted to cover. First off, I want to make a statement. So last night, I ran into an issue where some of the work that I have done so far, I felt like there was like somebody had kind of stolen some of the work that I've done recently, and I shouldn't say stolen, used, and it kind of bothered me a little bit. Because I didn't get any credit for it. So I want to make sure. I want you to hold me accountable if I ever like look up something and I forget to mention who did it or who's credited for the work that they've done. Say something to me because good, you pulled away that message. Awesome. Yeah, but yeah, hold me accountable because I don't ever want to do that to anybody else. So, anyways, moving on. I said that I wasn't gonna make a big beef about it, and I'm not going to. I'm just gonna suck it up and just continue to be me. Anyways, I'm dragging this over so you guys can see this. I think this is something to touch on today. So, since we have a little bit of time until 7 a.m. here, that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Let's look at this, and this is written by No Ordinary 9661 on Reddit. This is a post not from too long ago. Citadel's involvement in SFT's submitter for DTCC news was back from January. So part of that 010 NSCC filing that was put out talks about SFTs, and I believe that stands for security. Now I'm gonna have to look it up again. Security fund transaction. It's something new that they have in Europe. Securities finance transaction. I don't know if I said that or not, but that's what it is. And an SFT is extremely similar to an ETF. I believe it's actually what it is it's a way to do naked shorting, but have it controlled by the SEC. So they're creating this new clearinghouse that's going to work with SFTs. It's something that already is done in the Europe here it is right here, sector of the markets. What are SFTs? So their security finance transactions allow investors and firms to use assets such as shares or bonds they own to secure funding for their activities, or ETF. It's essentially an ETF, but it works a little differently. There's so this thing is that with these SFTs, it enhances transparency in some of the trading that's happening with ETF, like so instead of it not being transparent by making an SFT instead of an ETF, it allows the SEC to have more control over what's happening with that. So so anyways, somebody posted up here something, and we'll just kind of read through it real quick because I don't know if there's any legitimacy to this, but it does kind of look interesting. They're quite new to Reddit. I am posting this in hope that someone can see this and verify information that I found regarding SFT implementation in Citadel. So let's start that there are a couple different financial websites pointing SFT submitter for DTCC back in January, which blows my mind because it's planned much longer that we are currently see in the basically the filing, the 010 filing, 2021 010, which is popular. It is popular right now. Everybody's kind of going through it. It's 369 some odd pages. Yeah, yeah, 500 views on the demon vid. Thanks, man. Um, that's thank you. I appreciate it. It was a good interview. We came up. Um, so I had in the interview I talked. I said to True Demon, I said, it would be really cool if we could get this onto the Stonko tracker. And and so I went ahead and I contacted. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but I contacted Stonko Tracker's website owner and had a discussion with him briefly, which I have saved if I ever need to prove it. But I have a conversation between me and him about trying to add on those the short exempt volume onto his page, which was done. And so I was able to report back to True Demon that he no longer needed to continue to report that information as it would be on Stonko Tracker, and he was really grateful for it and said that that was awesome and that he could spend more time looking into these NSCC document 369 page documents like this 010 one we're talking about. Let's see. So they have a link here to Securities Finance Times. Some YouTube video. I don't want to click on these just yet. It's planned for Q3. Broadridge is moving into building and testing phases in the role as an approved SFT submitter for the new SFT clearing service, which is expected to launch in the third quarter of 2021, subject to regulatory approval. The thing that concerns me the most is the major role of the implementation will be led by Broadridge Financial Solutions, which is a big player on the field, and the company is publicly traded on NYSE BR. And here's the interesting part. Institutional owners, which is a huge number, 1,456 total, 1,446 long, only 6 short, only 9 long short, but there is both BlackRock and Citadel on the list. In the website, there's a list of owners, and Citadel increased their position with 1,195% back in March, and I found that a couple of months before 2020, they closed a big portion of their holdings. Ken Griffin's Citadel Investment Group was right behind this move as the fund cut about $46.5 million worth. These bearish behaviors are interesting as aggregate hedge funds interest dropped by 5 funds heading into Q3. Why they increased it again in March? So then he shows a picture of that. If someone can go deeper and find what exactly will be Broadridge's financial solutions involvement and more info around the company. Let's see. Yeah. So the whole development of this clearinghouse, a lot of people are talking about this like controlled squeeze or I don't know all the different terminologies that are being used right now, but basically what the clearinghouse is supposed to do is it's supposed to enable a place for people to trade out these ETFs into SFTs so the SEC can see what's going on, and then Essentially, I think what's going to happen eventually is that the ETFs maybe will disappear, and then everything will be controlled through this specific clearinghouse, and that enables them to control how it impacts the market. So instead of it being a controlled squeeze, think of it more as like, in order for us to stop the market from having a whole bunch of negative impact to it, we're going to allow you guys to move over to this clearinghouse, make your trades, do everything that you need to do so it doesn't, crash the whole system. So that's kind of where we're going. We're moving towards that. 6:30 and we're at 42,000 shares traded. Whopping 42,000. I really wonder what causes these like dry spells of volume. So anyways, that's something we're going to need to start watching. We need to watch and see who the players are in this new clearinghouse. Today is the last day to vote. Try to anybody you see, if you're on any kind of platform and you know of anybody who's having issues, point them my direction, send them my way. I will work online to help out, trying to help people get their votes put in. Whatever is needed is, I'll do anything I possibly can to help people out. Let's talk about reverse repos real quick. I just wanted to post this up here. This is pretty big. I want you to look at this. This is in October of 2008. Reverse repos were currently. Is this? I want to make sure I'm getting the right information here. This has got to be. Yeah, this has got to be right. Okay, so currently we're about ready to break 1 trillion in the reverse repos. And I want you to see before the stock market crash of 2008. Well, I don't want to say stock market crash, but before the blow up in 2008, in the reverse repos there was less than 100 million. So this was how much reverse repos were out there. And why does a reverse repo impact us? It impacts us because this is money that's being borrowed by probably a lot of people, but definitely the hedge funds, to try to continue to do this business of rolling over. They're using this money. It's kind of like money that they really need in order to do what it is that they're doing in the markets. So the reason that this is rising so fast is because they don't have the liquidity to do what it is that they need to do. And the place where they get that liquidity is this reverse repo agreements that they're doing. And so we're almost at 1 trillion. And if this is the market crash of 2008, where it was just under 100 million, and we're getting close to, 100 billion, then we're getting close to 1 trillion now, which is way the heck up here, like way up here. It's going to mean some major issues inside the United States markets. This crash, and so this is why the clearinghouses are needed right now. They want to try and mitigate as much of this as they possibly can to prevent stock market crash. I'm still reeling, guys. I gotta admit it. I'm still reeling about what happened yesterday. But anyways, moving on. Citadel is about as busy as usual right now. It doesn't look like it's reporting accurately. It's showing me data from 2 p.m. yesterday. So I'm not getting accurate data on that. with volume being as low as it is right now, I'm just really leaning towards them being able to knock the price down again today. But it's just going to be super slow going. Super slow going today. So where is the market currently? Let's see how it stands. Because if the market's going to have this big crash, or if it's coming, then we should be seeing it, failing pretty massively going into this. Yesterday, it looks like it was down quite a bit. At least in the Nasdaq, was down almost 1.5%. Looks like it's pretty much where it left off from yesterday, with the decliners at 4,662 and the advancers to 1993. Amazon is currently at 3626, so they're up from yesterday when they were at about 3600. Cinemark is up 0.5% in the pre-market, as well as us. Very similar start to the day. If you want to look at it, let's see. Volume 66. Yeah, nice volume over there, Cinemark. You've had 66 shares trade and you're already up 0.5%. That's awesome. If only we traded that slow. I would have a much more difficult time watching this stock if it did move slow, like it did yesterday. Dogecoin is up 2%. It managed to break out a little bit back upwards. I don't know. I mean, it's really broke off the trend here. I'm kind of surprised to see it last this long. I do feel like there's going to be a correction on this pretty soon. I mean, it could extend out as far as it did right here, the interval between here and here before it drops. So that could be not until the 30th. That could be like another 2 days. But I would expect to see this drop back down in at least 2 days' time. I know that's such a wide range that I'm giving myself, but the formation that I see there basically kind of looks like a shoulder head and then another shoulder, and then that would be your indicator for dropping down in price. GME is currently down about 0.5%. Their volume seems to be pretty low as well. 3.34 thousand shares traded. Let's see. We're right back at that. We're at $38.24. So we're at this level of support, or sorry, resistance that we're trying to break through here. Today is the last day to vote. .7% of all shares. Okay, we had some borrowed shares go out. Looks like they borrowed the 250,000 that they had out there. So let's refresh this and see. Yeah, a little bit ago. That's what they're going to use to short the stock with for the day. Short ladder attack it anyways. As far as AMC goes, we have quite a few additional reportings on the stock. Why is it showing locked? I pay for this. Wait a minute. I gotta log in. Give me a second here. Let me log in real quick. I don't know why that's not logged in. Okay. I'm logged in. Let's check out AMC. I always have a hard time seeing these when I get to this page. Let's see, filings. Oh, owner, institutional owners. That's what we want. Okay. So here we go. We left off with STRS Ohio. So everything above that is new. Let's check out the most current one and see when that reporting date was. It looks like it's still, the effective date was the 30th. So we're still getting reports from old data listing. But it looks like most of these are all buys. We got 60 shares here for Joseph. Charles Schwab bought 707,650. Looks like HHAM Wealth Advisors sold their share count, which we'll look and see how much that might have been. Looks like it was about 1,175 shares that they sold. So we did have one sale there, and then we have overwhelming buys. Look at this Schwab. So two big orders from Schwab, 1.4 and then 700. So literally probably about 2.1, close to 2.2. Oh, and then another order, 183 on top of that, 2.2, 2.4-ish million shares bought by Charles Schwab. Here's another Schwab, 4,812. So there's a lot of Schwab buying going on. I think, is this? So a small cap fund purchased 179,000 shares. Little Harbor Investment Advisory bought 300. Another small cap fund bought 101.9 thousand, 150 from Avion and 50 for this Vandenberg and Campbell Wealth Management Group. So yeah, a lot of good buying going on. Most of all of these are all on the 30th reporting dates. So as we know, 2 days later, the stock price started to really drop. So I would suspect to see buys, and then maybe once we start seeing some of those later filings, those 13Fs, we'll see probably some more red popping in. But as of right now, I mean, it's just like I just see buy after buy. These Charles Schwab buys at 2.4 million, and that's a massive amount of shares purchased. Okay, 6:43. I got about 15 minutes. Looks like volume might have spiked just a little bit. Let's pull that up and see what that is. Oh, still low. It's only like 2,000 in volume, but it was more than everything else. I really want to know what causes the volume to just drop off like this, though. I really don't understand how you can have such little volume one day and then lots the next. Today is the last day to vote. Tomorrow is the shareholders meeting. This is my prediction. I'm going to get rid of the. This is my prediction. If Adam Aaron doesn't get the votes that he needs to get some of the things that they want approved, I think you're going to see the shareholder meeting get pushed back again. So that's. I voted to allow that to happen, to allow them to push back. I think this will probably be the last time that I vote for that. I would have a feeling that if they were to push the vote out another 2 months like they have been, that we'll probably end up seeing a squeeze before then. I just don't know exactly when, but I do think that it would happen before then. And in which case, I think that that last vote would probably be the final time that we would need to vote over things. So I probably won't be voting yes to that again. I mean, at that point, if they're going to push it out 2 months, that puts us into late September. If I had to guess, they'd probably push it out to October. And at that point, they're only 4 months away from another shareholder meeting, 4 or 5 months away from a normal shareholder meeting. So I don't see a need to vote for that again. We're good for this year. Let's see. I want to get more people. Duncan, I don't know if you ever would be up for it or not. I don't know if you're still listening, but if you'd ever be up for coming on to an interview, one of the things that I want to do is I want to start documenting people who have bought into this, kind of like their stories and just kind of see like their background and everything. And I just want to document just all kinds of stuff. I just this whole process that we're living through together. Um, I just want to document it. We can go back and look at this in however much time passes and say like, oh yeah, I remember when I did this or whatever. You can point it out to people who in the future about being a part of the whole process. Let's see. Man, volume. It's just so low. Yeah. I got to figure out a way to get in touch with you without you giving your information out to everybody. Do you use Reddit at all? Because if you do, what you could do is you could just contact me and we can talk through Reddit's platform. I think you should know. My in case you don't know, my Reddit account name is it's Cold Steel with a capital C, COLDSTEEL, and then an underscore, and then capital BOP, Bravo, October, Paul. And that's my username on Reddit, and you can just contact me through there, and we can trade some information and maybe talk through Skype or something like that, or whatever platform works out best for you. But we'll talk about it. It would definitely be fun to kind of get like a perspective from outside the United States, like kind of just Europeans' perspective of what's going on with AMC and the stock market over here. Like, how do you guys see things? What's the current events, how it impacts you? Um, it's all stuff we can talk about later. But man, I got I got a little something in my throat today going on. Let's see. They have returned some of the shares that they borrowed. And how do we get volume up? I feel like it's so artificial. Yeah, I just don't believe that that the investors just decided that they weren't coming to the table suddenly one day. I'm gonna let my dog out real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, dog out. Let's see here. So my wife told me that my microphone cuts in and out quite a bit on the channel, so I don't know how to fix that. I just, I guess it goes soft and then it's loud and then it's soft. Um, Hopefully it's not killing you. Uh, let's see here. It doesn't sound too bad when I listen to it. I hate hearing my own voice. It's terrible. uh, just kind of looking at all the indices, trying to see if there's anything that stands out to me for the day. Just based off of past history, I'm inclined to think that we'll probably drop in $2 in price today or thereabouts. Um, and I don't have very much luck when it comes to comparing to the past. But based on the fact that we have really low volume and it's the pattern fits the bill, that's probably what I'm going to go for. I'm going to go ahead and move it now. Because I don't think that the volume, if I had to guess volume for 7 a.m., that volume pokey stick will probably be, what the heck, oh, will probably be 100,000 or less. That's pretty low. So I'm going to do 36 to 39. And as I'm setting this up, I'll wait for that. Don't give me your values yet. I'm thinking 36 to 39. And I'm just waiting for that volume to come in. Just to verify, because I think we're going to only jump up to about 150,000 here in a couple minutes. If that. So that would put me down as being neutral. 5 more minutes and we'll get that volume in. Let's see if Citadel has any new postings. More SPAC postings. Nope, nothing new. I do feel like their portfolio value is worth a significant amount less than what they used to have. Like almost half. I feel like it used to be like 800. Right now it's showing up as 407 billion. That might be a screenshot worth having. I'm gonna screenshot it. And save as. Citadel Holdings. Because if they start if they continuously decrease, that'll be interesting to watch and see how those numbers play out. Yeah, 407.6 billion dollars is their insider or their portfolio value, with 13,104 positions. Open positions says 5, and closed positions 1,043. And I'm not sure if that's for like the last quarter or the year or what that includes. But the fact that they only had 5 closed positions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I see 6, but they may have not all been 100% closed positions, although they do look like it. Yeah, so it's probably that value is probably the last quarter, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last one I see is on 216. Oh, here's another one, 216. That's 6. I see 6 closed positions since 2/8. But they say 5. A little bit of a run on the price there. That's our 7 a.m. volume of Pokemon stick of volume. I can't get it out. That is not it. We still have 2 minutes left. So volume's just kind of starting to pick up, I guess. Leading into that volume that's coming. Again, I expect it to be under 100,000. So it's going to dwarf all this other volume, but maybe it'll be like 870,000. What am I saying? That's right. Oh, it looks like it may be even less than that. 125,000. What was I saying? I meant 80,000. 125,000. That's low. So it put us up to 180,000 total volume. So low. Low volume day, guys. Low volume. This has happened before, and completely surprised the crap out of us and just blew up once the market opened. So that can't always happen. This isn't, a surefire way of figuring out what the total volume is going to be like. I mean, what was the date? I think that day was, what was the day? Volume ended up hitting like, might have been the 21st when we hit like 158 million in volume, and the day started off just like really super slow. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just go with what I've got. So go ahead and give your price prediction now, because I'm sticking with the 36 to 39. volume, total volume for the day, guessing around 50 to 70 million. Yeah, that's such low volume. I'll go ahead and get Eric's. Okay, 35.8 to 38.8. Really close, really close to what I had. 35.8 to 38.8. Let me update here. So I'm actually down quite a bit. I went 40.43 yesterday. So going to 36.39 is quite a bit of a jump for me. Looks like you're decreasing about the same amount. 35.8, 38.8. All right, and now we'll get Eric here. And while we're waiting for Eric to show up with his estimate for the day, we'll go ahead and fix you up here at 35.8. Big crossovers. Big overlapping, I should say. That's probably a better way to put it. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. I mean, yesterday, all three of us got points yesterday. First time ever. Or not yesterday. I'm sorry, the day before yesterday. I guess that would have been Monday. Monday we all got the same. We all got a point on Monday, and then yesterday we missed. I think I did add the tally mark. I did add the tally mark in there. So yeah, we missed yesterday completely. Big air ball. So we went from all making it to all missing it. We'll see where Eric comes in at here. That volume is just so low. 126,000. That didn't even meet my daily requirement for average volume, which is 250,000. Eric's at 38 to 41. So he's down as well, but not quite as much as we are. 38 to 41. So there's enough overlapping here for us to all get points. If it were to close between 38 and 38 and 38.80, we would all get points. I'm curious if he's, I honestly believe that Eric plays his numbers based strictly off of the options. That would be my guess, because if you look at the options spread, it's between 38 and 40. So, and I think he's taking the higher side of the option spread. So, that's just I'm guessing what he's doing. I'll ask. Curious. Okay, so the Ortex data is starting to update. It's saying that they've returned 12.3 thousand. Says that they haven't borrowed any shares according to this, according to this reporting, which we know is not true because we've already seen them borrow shares. Yeah, I really don't put a whole lot of faith into this borrowed share stuff. It doesn't accurately reflect what the day looks like. So according to that reporting, they returned 1.26 million shares yesterday. Not buying it. Just not buying it. But I'm gonna continue to track it just to see how far off it is. In actuality, the on loan amount increased by 500,000, so it didn't decrease by 1.2 million like it says that they had returned. Kind of one of the smaller increases as of late, but if you consider the amount of volume that had occurred yesterday, for them to only have borrowed 500,000 is actually impressive. The volume just really wasn't there, and it's looking to shape up the same way today. Okay, so I'm putting Duncan in as neutral. And I think Eric's going to end up being neutral, but it all just depends on what happens between now and the end of the day, or the start of the day. For now, I'm going to mark him in as up, just because that's where he's at. A lot of people seem to still kind of have this idea that there's going to be a share count, something that's going to happen due to a share count. Well, I legitimately believe that you could say that AMC can count the amount of votes that they have. That kind of information never gets released. The only thing that's ever released is how many voters there were. And then what most people do is they just take the total amount of free float and divide that number by how many voters that there were, and that gives them an idea, a rough estimate as to what the average shareholder amount is. As that number gets lower and lower, the more unrealistic and unreal that we know that it is. But it's not going to change anything, unfortunately. So when people are trying to have hopes and a share recount during this voting process, that's not how it works. Sadly. This is funny. This is by the real Vito Corleone. That's just funny. How I feel after the squeeze happens. Oh man, that's hilarious. I do feel beat up for sure. It's good though. Uh, if you ain't fighting, or well, you're not trying unless you're fighting or something like that. I don't know how the saying goes, but looks like they had borrowed a few extra ETFs, but then returned them here recently. So it did briefly dip down into the millions, the 1 million range. The total amount of call options that are open right now is 200, basically 240,000 versus, so 240,000 versus 144. So it's an additional 100,000 call options open in contrast to how many puts that there are. It's nearly almost doubling. It's getting close, which I think is a pretty good indicator that you know everybody kind of feels something coming. And I've been saying that. I said that starting yesterday. I think it's the storm. It is the storm before the the calmness that you feel just before the big storm hits. Um, Hats off again to Europe, by the way. The market ended right here, and then open. They had a sharp decrease down to 37.50, but immediately recovered that back up. Fought down another ladder attack down, and then just from that point on, just carried it back up more and more and more until they got to 38.49, which would have had us on close or opening at a higher value. But of course, America stepped in, and look at us go. So our American markets are being hit with the ladder attacks. I think the American market kind of opens at about 6:30. Let's see, what time is this portraying right here? It says 8:16. Okay, so I need to look up 7:30, which should be about here. Most of the American markets start doing a lot of their more heavy trading around that time. 8 should be 7 a.m. I'm sorry, right here, right at this first drop. So the short ladder attacking is strong and in force right now. So far, it's almost got us down 1%. And GME is trading down 1%, almost 1.5% right now. Looks like there's no update to this. So decliner is still 4,662 versus 1,993 advancers. The market's just it's sagging. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna let the dog back in. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. Looks like they have returned more than the amount of shares that they had to begin with in the beginning of the day today. Let me get rid of those tallies. Our trigger price for the day today is $34.21. I don't suspect that we're going to hit that today. I do think that we'll get probably break down at least half the distance at some point. But the amount of shares that have been borrowed, you can see it was running around 300 earlier this morning, dropped down to about, maybe it was 200, dropped down to about 10,000, and then slowly started to increase. So shares are being returned after having been lent. And then if we pull up Vortex, it's saying currently 2.7 thousand shares borrowed, which is actually up because it was negative 12.3 earlier. So that is slightly up. But again, these numbers are not representative of what we're actually seeing that goes on loan, because day over day, we saw it increase by 500,000. So we're getting ever so close to 100 million shares borrowed. When I was looking up news on AMC, I wasn't seeing any kind of new news. And we do know that today is the last day to vote, so that's important. Robinhood is reporting an extra 9.06 million shares for AMC as per their reported market cap. That was posted by EIN the pup on Reddit. I'm not sure what they mean by that. Market cap intraday 18.56. It looks like maybe that's just a reporting issue. Yeah, I do love the memes. Let's see. This is by the High Roofer. Waking up this morning like Forbes' rise of the Grillionaire. How smooth brain redditors grew a ridge. I like that. That's pretty cool. We just need to make sure that it happens. Of course, there's some that got amazingly rich off of GME, but we still got to get the same thing going for AMC here. All right. We're about a couple minutes away from my wife getting home for the morning, which is when I usually like to step aside for just a little bit and spend some time with her. So I'm going to sign off for in a about 2 or 3 minutes here and step aside for just a little bit and spend that quality time after she's put in a hard night's worth of work supporting the family. I'm really proud of her. She just got, well, I shouldn't speak too soon, but she got a new position at the company she's working at. Don't tell anybody. So I'm real proud of her. She's moving on up the ladders. And then we got a birthday to celebrate tomorrow. Duncan, I don't even know. I don't recall. Did you say it was your wife or your girlfriend? I can't recall off the top of my head. I think you said wife. Hmm. So there's a bit of a turnaround in price. It's hard to tell if it's just going to be another stair stepper where it goes back down some more. They do seem to have set up a little bit of a channel here. Girlfriend is not until the fall. Uh, I don't know how things work over there in Denmark, but I heard in France that they've got this really weird stuff that's going on over there in marriages. So apparently it's acceptable to have a partner. Like I guess they have this like one or two. I don't know if it's a day or two every year where you're allowed to find like another person to be with, and it's like this accepted thing that it's okay to have like this like 1 or 2 day thing every year where you could just go be with somebody else. That's very odd to me. I don't know if that's some kind of myth or something that I heard about, but it could have been somebody pulling my leg. I am gullible. I am easily gullible. Not as easy as I used to be when I was younger, but all right, guys. I'm gonna step aside for a little bit and spend some time with the wife. See you guys back in a little bit here. Okay, I am back. Let's see what we got going on here. Looks like price just kind of stair-stepping down a little bit. I think I'm going to enter in Eric as being bullish for the day. He sent me some text messages. Let me see what he said here. So I'm just asking him if options is what he uses for his predictions. I think it is. Or at least I think it plays a large role in what he chooses. So yeah. Oh, actually, it looks like I already have Eric up as a bullish move for the day today. Yeah, I do. I have him in as that. My mic, for some reason, is just having issues. I don't know what the deal is. I feel like when I did a software upgrade just this last weekend, I guess Sunday, something happened to where all of my volume settings got modified, and it seems like it does some kind of um, auto peaking because I'm not having to adjust the volume for the intro anymore. So it's doing some kind of auto tuning for the volume. So it looks like I have to just basically put the microphone next to my face. Shares available to borrow still about the same. Looks like ETFs being returned. Currently 52.3 thousand shares showing as borrowed. Let me refresh that, see if that's accurate. Yeah, 52.3. That is up from 2.7. So a little bit of borrowing going on today, not very much, based on this reporting for Ortex. Citadel is busy as normal. Currently checking out the news to see if there's any news out for the day today. I don't see any current news. Don't forget, today is the last voting day. And I'm actually going to publish that to you to Reddit. If anybody needs help, to come to this channel and we'll walk them through it. Whatever they need help with for voting, I can maybe help them online live. Let's see here. And we'll post this up in Reddit for anybody who needs to see it. All right, I love you. Okay, so I'm going to call, I'm just going to say discussion. Oh, they got rid of the discussion. Here we go, upcoming vote. All right, so it's posted in there. So if anybody needs help, maybe they'll find their way over to this channel and they can request all the help that they need, and we'll try and point them in the right directions. We are currently down 1.5% right now, trading at 37.44. That's kind of about where AMC's at. They're down a percentage point right now. It looks like Amazon is up about half a percentage point. Cinemark's up half a percentage point. In the pre-market hours, Doge has kind of moved to a negative value. Options, I won't be checking those until after market open. I don't think that there's going to be any too much of a change. I'm going to step away for just 1 second. I'm going to go hit the restroom. This could end up being a long day today, so I'm going to prepare myself. Prepare myself a little early here. Be right back. Okay, I am back, and let's see here. No new questions yet, so we'll wait and see if we get some people that roll in with any kind of questions whatsoever. I'm going to try and navigate as many people as I possibly can to getting their votes in. Yeah, but it being the last day to vote, we definitely need to try and help out as many people as we can. If anybody has any questions, I think I have enough information to be able to help people out. There's going to be people who are confused about when they had the right to vote, just so everybody knows and is on the same page. I do believe that June 2nd was the last recording date for this current election or this current cycle of voting. Let me just verify. I'm looking. Our board has fixed the close of business on June 2nd. So you would have had to have bought shares before the end of closing of business on June 2nd to have an availability to be able to vote. Now, sometimes your shares don't actually clear for T plus 2 days. I don't know how that would affect whether or not you would be included in that. So you might have actually had to have purchased by, say, like the 31st of May in order to be included, because your shares may have not settled until June 2nd, if that were the case. Let me just verify the dates here. June 2nd, yeah, that would be T plus 2, Monday the 31st. So you may have had to purchase your shares by Monday the 31st before you would have seen, or for you to make that list to be counted for the voting. So if people do come on and they're like, "Oh, hey, hey, I need help voting, and but I bought shares on June 2nd." The reason they may not be seeing the ability to vote is because it may have actually been the 31st of May, due to that 2-day cycle that it takes for those votes to clear. So that is a possibility for a reason why they don't have that ability to vote, or didn't receive a proxy from their broker. So we will cover that if anybody needs to go over that. Let's see. And we definitely want to try and get as many people as possible voted through here. And it's not that it's going to make a difference, but I do think that the more people that we have actively participating in what's going on with this vote, the better. And I'm just going through and deleting a lot of junk that I have in my email, so that if indeed some questions do come up or pop up through here, I'll be able to cover them or see them more easily. Delete all this stuff. So I did vote my shares. I'm going to check personally myself. I'm going to be checking closer to the end of today on my. I'm going to go back through and verify that none of my votes changed from one thing to another. Just simply because the last time that we had this voting cycle, I did indeed have modifications to my votes that were made without my consent. So I think that's important to go back and check that before it closes for the night. I do believe the last available time to vote, let me just verify this, but I'm almost positive that midnight, and I think that's Eastern Standard Time, would be the last possible time that you can place your vote in. I'm looking to see if that's correct. I believe that's at the end of the proxy, if I remember correctly. I don't see it at the end of the proxy. I'm pretty sure that that's the case. I think it's Eastern Standard Time. You have until midnight Eastern Standard Time, I think, to finish your vote by the end of today. Again, I'm looking for that information. I do not see it. Oh, you know what? I don't know why I didn't think of this. Control F, 28, 61 times. Yes, it is indeed. So I will pull that up real quick over here. Get rid of the tallies. Okay, so it doesn't say indeed say by telephone or by internet. It has to be done by 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on July 28th. So tonight at 11:59. You can also call this phone number 1-800-690-6903 and follow the voice instructions to vote. Mailing by this point is not going to be an option. So if you're mailing out your proxy, that's not going to be a good thing. You can access the internet voting site at www.proxyvote.com or scan the QR code on the notice of your proxy card and follow the instructions. So proxyvote.com, that is the website. And then if you know your control numbers, you have to enter in your control number. Your broker should supply you those proxy numbers, or sorry, your control numbers, and you can use those straight from there, or you can go through the link that you have. I might actually go through this website here to see if it matches up with what I've got through my broker, but I'll have to do that offline, so it's not seen. I don't want to be giving out my control numbers. Let's see. I do have my control numbers here somewhere. I gotta just pull them up on Fidelity real quick. The way I found mine is, at least through Fidelity, is I went into my accounts and they were mailed out to me on my account, and I have two different accounts on there that I trade through. One's a Roth and the other one is individual. Standard individual account, and they both had in your message system that they have in the top right hand corner, you can go view your message, your communication center, and in there you should see your email that tells you where to vote. It says you have an open proxy campaign for positions in your account. That's the title of the mail that I received from them. So, and that's where you're going to find your control number. It actually sends you to your proxy materials in your portfolio when you click on the link that they give you, and it has your control number in there. So I have one of my control numbers right here. I will copy that and paste it into the proxy vote and see what happens. It does say that I voted. It does show my control number, and it shows all the votes being correct for what I voted for. and the proxy vote website is it looks identical to what I used earlier to vote for, or where I went through to vote. So that should be pretty simple for anybody who has that, who's having a problem. They can find that information right there on Fidelity. I'm not going to know. I went through Webull. When I did Webull's, I had an email that was sent to me through theirs, and I used the voting proxy through their website as well. It's typically an email that you'll get, some type of email that will tell you, that you have a control number, and it'll link you straight to the website, and you can just vote straight through there. But I think probably what I would do is, if I hadn't received an email as of yet, I would probably do the following. Wait, I just accidentally did that. So what I would do is I would go to I would go to one of these two locations to do the voting, proxyvote.com, or I would call that phone number 1-800-690-6903. And that should get you what you need. So price is stair-stepping its way down. Looks like we've got 473,000 leading into pre-market. We're coming up on close to market open, so we'll be playing the opening intro. But again, if anybody who's joining wants to ask questions in the comments, go for it, and I'll try to help as best as I can. We're getting a little bit of volume kind of increasing right now. You can kind of see it heading up a little bit. Still really low volume though. 400 starting out the day with 500,000 shares in volume. I think between 50 and 70 million traded today is probably going to be accurate. It's looking pretty shallow. It's a lot like yesterday was in terms of volume. Currently down 1.6%. We could draw a descending parallel channel through here. Let's see what I got. Not quite 2 touch points yet. I'm going to go ahead and draw this out. For a good channel, you usually want to see 2 touch points, and I don't have a good two touch points, so this may not necessarily be a descending parallel channel quite yet. But we'll just continue to watch this and see if this continues to trend that path for the day. Getting awfully close to this, the morning start here, so I'm going to go ahead and queue up the opening songs and intro. And as soon as that's over, I will answer questions in the chat if anybody asks anything in the chat. But until the intro is over, I'll just hold off on talking. So I'll see you guys on the other side of the intro.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Welcome to the channel. We're having a little bit of a rough start starting out this morning, but that's to be expected. It's typical for us to have a very beginning rough 5 to 15 minutes that we have here. It does look like the volume has still stayed or remained pretty low for the day today. So we will be looking at another volume low day, somewhere between $50 and $70 million more than likely traded. I'm open to surprises, but that's what it's looking like right now. We're currently testing the $37.32 level of resistance, trying to get back up over that number for the day today. Our open price was $37.42, so based on the price predictions today, that puts Eric as being the sole winner of being having a bearish outlook on closing for the price today. Duncan and I are kind of looking at more of an even kind of pace. I've got 36 to 39 range, and John, aka Duncan, has 35 to 38.8 range. So that's a little bit of a kind of price predictions for the day. We'll see if we hit them. Hopefully we don't add another ticker to the missed column. I don't want to see the missed column get any more of those. It's been getting too many in the last few days, in the last week, I guess. The market's been really stumping us with pricing. So it is kind of tending to stick in that channel. I now have 2 touch points. So this was my touch point from earlier, and now my new touch point right here. I did break a little bit past that on one of the candlestick wicks, but it stayed relatively within that. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it. It did break out at the top here at the very beginning, but I'm going to go ahead and keep this channel set up here. If we were to remain on this channel's path, the closing price today could be somewhere in the range of 33.02 to 33.56. So we're going to need to break out of this channel at some point to kind of keep that from happening. So we're going to want to see like this level of support at 36.80. We're going to want to see this as like a kind of like a wedge here. Hopefully this will consolidate down into this wedge, and then at some point maybe see, I'll draw a box, rectangular box, probably right around like this time frame we want to see a breakout. We would want to see a breakout of this descending parallel channel. So just kind of like expect to see this maybe consolidate through here, a little up and down movement until it gets in here and hopefully a breakout. If not, we'll be looking for the breakout to be down here at this 36.57 level of support, and then further down at 35.82. But yeah, again, really low volume. The market as a whole is currently running, it looks like it moved to the advancing side. Let this reset here and see what ends up showing up here. Give it just a second to repopulate the data. Okay, so there's the new population of data. So we do have more advancers than decliners. 4,346 advancers to 2,269 decliners. In about 5 minutes, we should see the options reset for the day, and we will get new information for OI and volume. OI being open interest. Let's go ahead and check it out real quick and see where we're at, see if it's changed at all. Get rid of the tally marks, get those out of the way. So here's where we were at. Let's see if it changes. Nope, not quite yet. So we'll come back to this in just a few minutes. Currently running at 15.07 short share interest with 479,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. That is up from 52.3 thousand. So definitely some more borrowing going on today than we've had in the last, I guess, 2 days. 1 day in the last day. Yesterday they had returned, according to what it was saying, they had returned 1.29, I believe it was, shares. However, the on loan on Ortex did not indicate that. It actually indicated that there was an increase in borrowing by about 500,000. So it went from 97.8 to 97.3 to 97.8. So about a 500,000 share borrow. So Ortex is contradicting itself, but we know that the data doesn't report completely correct. Okay, so we went ahead and broke past that 3680 level of support there. So that box could definitely move down here. Let's see if I can move it. We'll move it down to about here. So we're looking to break out maybe a little bit later than I had wanted. I would have liked to have seen us broke out up here. And it might actually break through this point right here. 3671 should have been the point at which it is kind of trending lower than that descending parallel channel there. There we go. It's bouncing off the line a little bit. I don't see a whole lot of support over here in the bid columns. I forget what day I'm on this beard. There was 69.7% traded on the dark pools. That is down from 71.5, but considering how much low volume we had yesterday, I was actually surprised to see that it was as close to 70% as it was. I fully had anticipated on seeing much lower than 70%. I had kind of guessed maybe 65. So it was relatively high. Let's see if we have that reset on options. Not yet. Soon. Okay, so it's testing 3657 level of support. I may end up just having to adjust this bar down just ever so slightly. Unless it is indeed a true breakout of this pattern. Let's see if those options reset. Still no reset. Okay, well, they're continuing to drive the price down. Let's not forget that SSR kicks in today at 34.21. We do know that there's special exemptions that occur when they do hit SSR. So there could be an early position to try and hit that early on this morning in order to get those exemptions. The legal, I guess what I would call it is legal naked shorting exemptions to occur. So you could see, we could probably see a good push for the 34, what was it again, 34.21 today. I think I will have to put this down as a drop from the 18% up that we were at 40.93 as of yesterday. So I'll go ahead and put 36.18 in. And of course, I'm calling these synthetic price failures. If we see this get to a 20% level, let me just see if that's about what that $34 mark is. 34.20. I want to. 34.21 would put us at about a negative 16% drop from our previous high of 40.93. So yeah, I could see us definitely getting down to that point and possibly triggering that for the day. As we know, that helps them out into being able to get into situations where they can create more synthetic shares. So it looks like we broke out of that. I mean, we definitely broke out of that channel. I'm going to leave the channel up for now, just because I think it's a good channel to kind of follow. It's kind of like a trendsetter for the day, and it'll kind of give us an idea as to how we're trending for the day. Doesn't appear to be a whole lot of resistance on the buy side to the price dropping. Again, low volume. Low volume days are days where they can easily drop the price, or it's a lot easier for them to drop the price. And it's also actually it's easy to go both directions. It's easy to have the price rise and drop. So we're approaching my bottom price prediction for the day and Duncan's bottom price prediction for today. So 34.21 is right down here. I could see hitting 34.21 by 11 a.m. maybe, and then shooting off of that and heading back up again. But let's watch what happens here. Looks like we have a little bit of a buy wall at 36.20. Currently 15 minutes into the trading hour, and we have just a little over 8 million shares traded. So it's pretty low. Eric had gotten back to me. I had asked him if he had made his price prediction based off of options, and he said that it was more. He said that honestly, mid-30s by the end of today or tomorrow would be ideal for the market makers. I just want to see green. So I think he went a little bit for a higher number just because he's wishing the stock into the green sector. Let's check out those options. Speaking of those, they've got to have reset by now. Okay, they did. They did reset. I'll go ahead and pull that over. We'll take a look at that real quick. And compare it to what we had for yesterday's values. So open interest yesterday, the strongest point was $40 at 21.2 with a runner up to that at the 125. There's 34.2 thousand contracts out there. 34.2 thousand. That's a lot. That's a lot of contracts. Considering the fact that there's only 21.2 thousand at $40 strike price, which is actually the same value currently. I don't know if this just hasn't updated or. And let's see, for the puts, the volume should be at $30, which I have up here. Should be 24.5. Yeah, so those haven't changed at all yet. The current strike price that's kind of got the most strength right now is looking like it's 43.50. Such an odd number. I haven't seen that before. Usually it's the dollar amounts. 43.50. Weird. Okay, so there's a lot of support at 43.50. So we'll go ahead and mark that down. Looks like we're looking at 43.50 for the end of the week now, all of a sudden, which is an increase day over day. So 1.4 contracts. Oh, sorry, 2.1. On the put side, it looks like the strength is currently aligning at 27. So the spread is pretty wide. That's a big spread. $27, 12.70, 1.2. That's actually really huge. That's a huge spread. I would expect there to be a rebalancing of that as the options start to come in for the day. But that's a really big spread. So we broke back up above that 36.57 level of resistance, and so it could be considered a, if we break up above it enough, it could be considered a level of support. Short share interest is at 15.07 with 479,000 shares borrowed so far, which is still the same value from earlier. And this is actually ideal. Right now, this anything between $30 and $40, I think, is a good buying point for a lot of individuals to get in. And I think we'll probably tend to see as the price lowers, if it does lower, you'll see more investors coming in to buy at these lower prices. Kind of when we get into that 40 to 45 zone, it's the gray area. So if you had to envision it in colors, green would be anywhere between 30 and 40. 40 would be 40 to 45 is like this gray color, and then red. Anything over 45 is like not necessarily a sell, but it's like a holding point at that point. Anything beyond 45, and that's kind of where we're at right now as far as investor. I think psychology. There's probably a better term for that, but what investors want to spend, whatever that term may be. Volume yesterday was at 55.1 million shares. I did not see that coming. I had dropped I think I had dropped my prediction to 80 to 100. And then later, it was actually pretty early on that I thought that it would be 70 million. And then it ended up only being 55. So, but today is looking, actually, it was in volume, in terms of volume, it was looking weaker today than it was yesterday around the same time. So I have my or my volume prediction for the day at 50 to 70 million. Definitely think we could fall back in that range. So we had that initial dip out of that channel, but it looks like we're working our way back into it again here. So yeah, if anybody wants to show up, who's looking for information, I am here to help with that. I definitely want to get people hooked up to be able to vote, to get their votes in for today. Today is huge. It's the last day to vote. I got to get those votes in, and I will do whatever I can in my power to help people get those votes in. Currently almost a half hour into trading, and we're not even to 15 million yet. We're only at 10. Seeing some nice price increasing. We broke 36.80 level of support or resistance. I keep getting it backwards. We broke that level of resistance, and we're still continuing upwards. We got a volume. It's kind of flatlined, but it's stemming around 300. Oh, this is actually good volume. It's over 250,000, and it's staying there. We got a little bit of a drop. So this is good volume. This is actually really good volume. All these are over 250,000 shares per minute, which is great. That's the ideal point that we want to hit at 250,000 or more. So we are indeed hitting some decent volume numbers. So that could be good. I might end up being dead wrong on that volume. As long as this keeps trending the way that it is. So if you typically have like one candlestick or two candlesticks that break through like a point of resistance and then all of a sudden it starts tearing down, that's what's considered a bear trap. Which we could have had. This could be a bear trap right here. What we would want to see is we want to see that this next candlestick definitely make it up into this next region. Citadel is currently working about as hard as they normally do, just slightly more. Looking at AMC's filings on Fintel, does not show any new filings since this morning when I last looked at it, but there was a lot of green there, which was looking really good. Citadel, their 13G filings does not look like they have any new SPACs that they've listed yet as of yet. Blank check companies. Let's see here. Let's see how much these options have changed. Okay, getting heavier support at the $40 range instead of that 43. What did I say? 43.50. Oh, weird. It moved. Okay, let's record the new data. Might be something. This is what I'm getting now. It's different. So there's no longer 2.1 thousand options at 43.5. Those are no longer there. But there is now 2.4 at 40. And for the puts, it's at 35. That's looking a little bit better. Less of a gap. 1.6. Oh no, I'm sorry. 2.1. And did these update? No. Let's go down to the bottom of the calls. 34.2. Yep, that's still the same. Yeah, I would say that was probably a bear trap right there. Did I update utilization on the tally? 89.83 I did. Okay, so everything's updated on that now. The True Demon MOAS trigger indicators have been updated. It'd be nice to see a good reversal right here again and get that George W going. Giving us a double bottom. So the volume still doing really well. $36. We opened up at 32, so we're down almost 5% currently. GME is actually suffering a almost a 7%. Nope, it is at 7% loss as of right now. Cinemark's also down like 2.5, almost 2.5%. Amazon up 0.33%. Volume's definitely picking up on this. You can see a lot of activity. There's support at $36.10. I wonder how much they can trade in the dark pools before there's like all kinds of major red flags like going off. There's got to be like some kind of limitation as to. I mean, there's no way that you could. I mean, I could. What if they got up to like 90% traded in the dark pools? Like that would have to like indicate something to somebody somewhere. That there was something majorly bad happening. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Just kind of check that out and see if there's any information out there to read up on. Yeah, so the mass investor pointed out that Charles Schwab with 2 million plus shares, yeah, it was more like 2.4 million, Charles Schwab. But that, those shares were bought, according to the report. Those were bought at the end of June. So I'm not sure. It says he shouted out to the Motley Fool saying, "Can we get an organic article on how bullish this looks, or do we need to buy, or do we need to buy a branded content article? The guaranteed impressions and one-by-one trackers for clicks. Yeah, I know how this works." So Charlie videos, one of the guys that I really like watching for some of the more specifics in regards to the NSCC filings. Uh, he posted 16 hours ago, "Please NSCC, no more, no more." There was, looks like they released another one, 2021-011. Hmm. Yeah, I'm struggling with that. There's something going on here that just bothers me. I gotta stop looking at it though. Nothing I can do. Okay, I see a bit of a wedge forming here, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this stuff here. Maybe I'll leave that box. I'm gonna get rid of this descending parallel pattern to draw out this wedge. Something that looks a little bit like this. Now this is a bullish indicator. Sorry, this is a bearish indicator. So if this breaks out when it gets down to the bottom of this wedge, it should break out going down. Hmm. I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm okay with it. I'll allow it. Just looking at the call options right now, it looks like we're up to 4.8 thousand options at the 40 strike. So it's basically doubled from 2.4 to 4.8. And on the puts, it was at $35, but it's moved to $36 and up from 2.1 to 2.5. And it's ever so slightly higher. Nope, take that back. I'm looking at the wrong numbers again. What numbers was I looking at? $36. No, I was right. 4.1. I'm sorry, I said the wrong value. 4.1 at $36. So the spread is over 40 to 36. And if you're joining the show and you have questions about voting today, feel free to ask. I'm available and open to questions. On the 30-minute interval, our RSI is a little low. It's at 2301. That's actually really low. I mean, I've seen it lower before, but that's low. On a 5-minute interval, it is currently at 34.93, but you can see that it's been pretty dang low. Hopefully you can see that. Yeah, you should be able to see that. Let's see. And then right now it looks like there's just a little bit of consolidation happening, but it looks like we're trying to build up to break out through that $36.57 level of resistance. And you guys are probably going to hear my dog go nuts here in a minute. The people are mowing the lawn outside, and so he's going to go nuts. He absolutely does not like people mowing the lawns around here. Inflow versus outflow. Let's look at that real quick. 120 inflow versus 123 outflow. So actually very, very narrow margin between the inflow versus outflow. Fidelity is currently reporting. Let's see here. News and research, stocks, orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is in fourth. Let me just make sure that I'm actually logged into my account, because sometimes it gives me bad data if I'm not logged in. Okay, so AMC is not on the top right now, and that's due to our low volume. But we are still on the list, believe it or not. Out of all the possible stocks that could be traded out there, we are still up on the top of the list here, number 4th. And we are currently at a 72 to 28% buy over sell order ratio currently, which is pretty big. 72 over 28. That's almost as big as GME's, which is at 88 over 12. Really coming in. We're running in second. That's pretty amazing. But we're trading as popular as Microsoft, Apple, and AMD. 3 blue chips that are all trading high volumes today. Oh, here comes the dog. Prepare for barking. Nope, here he is. It's okay, Bruno. It's okay. Yep, I know. I know they're here. You don't gotta tell me. Um, I'm struggling. Sorry, guys. I'm struggling with something that happened yesterday. I'm having a real hard time letting it go. just, um, I think probably the most important thing to remember is that we are community. Um, we all share content. Oh, there he is. He's going nuts. Yeah, I know they're out there. Thank you for telling me. That's okay. Yeah, I know they're out there. I guess the one thing that I want to say about content and doing work in the community is that we all share responsibility, and credit should be given to those who put good work forward. Um, So whenever I read stuff on Reddit or something like that, or if I do a YouTube, I shout out like all the YouTube guys that I watch, Charlie's vids, Stock Swinger, Trey, of course. Much love to all those guys because I think they're really big and important to our community. Who are some of the other YouTubers that I watch as well? Trying to remember all the top ones that I have flagged. Charlie's videos is great for just seeing. He really dissects everything in the um, that the NSCC releases. I watched the Mask Investor, Sock Swinger, Charlie's vids, Trade Trades, Simulate and Trade. Now Simulate and Trade, I was following him for a while, and I've started to kind of lean away from that. I don't know that. I mean, they really kind of bought into the whole controlled squeeze. I don't really think they did their due diligence in researching that very well. Charlie's video was very, I mean, he's very thorough in everything that he does and reads, and he immediately said this is not the 010, the 2021 010 filing. It has nothing to do with a controlled squeeze. So, but Simulate and Trade was all about that, and I think that was kind of maybe just some misreporting, or maybe going off of what other people were saying. I'm not sure which, but um, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But Jay Ingram, I like Jay Ingram just because of the fact that he has this old man charm to him. I don't know that he has like any specific information that I would see as being content that is mind blowing. But if you like that old man feel, and it just makes you happy to see a guy happy about something, then yeah, go watch him. He definitely has some cool stuff. My dog is still going nuts. Yes, I know they're here. I understand. People outside. I want to go. Okay, so we're kind of moving up. We broke out of that 3680 level of resistance, and we're kind of heading upwards. Looks like we might try to test that 3732 next. Struggling at 37, but we do have a buy wall that's there. Testing that wall currently. It broke through. But yeah, anybody's content that I see, I try to give a shout out to them. Um, for example, like some of the memes that I saw this morning. I'm not seeing anything right now worth pointing out, but there was some good stuff this morning earlier. And also, I'm on the lookout today for anybody posting like I need help voting. I'm going to be on the lookout for that. I want to help them to get what it is that they need. The sad part is that a lot of, unless you have a certain level of karma, you're not actually able to post to AMC stock, which is kind of unfortunate because if we do have new guys in there who need help, they're not gonna they can only see information, they can't post. So unfortunately, we miss out a little bit on that. I know that I had talks with some of the moderators on AMC stock a while back, quite a while back ago, because we were seeing a lot of shill accounts coming through in like March, and I had given a suggestion about disallowing newish accounts from being able to post. And I think they went with the idea that it would probably be better to base it off of karma and not the age of the account, which is okay, right? Like, I mean, I just kind of felt like, if there were Redditors who were into this, then they shouldn't be afraid to use their original account or account that has a lot of age to it and come in and post what they wanted to post. But they went with the karma instead, which is probably a better move. I mean, because I do think that there is definitely some discriminatory things happening if you just go based off of age of account. I know there's a lot of people that want their animosity, and so they went in with new accounts, and then they couldn't post anything if that would have been the case. But hopefully, or if anybody knows somebody who's having problems, send them this way. It doesn't matter. Just send people who haven't voted over here. We got to get them to vote. So we fell back down into between that 3657 and 3680 level of support and resistance. Short share interest is at 15.08%. Borrowed shares for the day is at 521,000. We'll just put 522. It's close enough. 522. That is up from 479. Taking a look at options again. Looks like 6.2 for 40. And 6.2 for 36. So even amounts of puts and calls on the spread of 36 to 40. Looking at OI, we got 21.2, that's still the same, and 24.5 at 30, that's still the same. And let's see if we still have that really large amount, 34.2, yep, still the same at 125. That's insane. I can't believe that there's that many people looking at long positions for this Friday at $125. They must have gotten those super cheap. I'm going to look it up and see. I'm just curious what that would cost me right now to buy one of those. Spearly for speculation. Spearly. Let's see. Long positions. Get price. Select option. We'll do 125. It looks like they're running at about it looks like 2 cents is about what one of those, and that's for 125. So it would cost you a total of $2 for an option at that price. Way out of the money. But how much would that net you if it got there? So we'll put 125, and of course they're going to have to get up to, we'll just put 150 or something like that to see. So calculating that out, it looks like if we were to hit $125, say for example on the 29th, so Thursday, tomorrow, If we were to hit 125, you can make $1,565 per contract at $2. So you're buying a $2 lottery ticket for $1,565, and it's a pretty long shot, let me tell you. That is pretty far out there, but you know it's not impossible. I mean, it could something crazy could happen after some of the. I think that the Fed is going to come out with some kind of banking information that's going to be coming out here. I forget what report that is. I think that releases today, and then tomorrow or Friday, I think, or yeah, tomorrow or Friday, I think AMC should have their um, should have the results of the voting. And then I believe next week is going to be the quarterly earnings report. AMC is down 3.3%, while GME is down 7% right now. $2 cost. You know, I have. I think I still have a little bit of cash in Webull that's just kind of just sitting there. It'd be fun to just buy one just for the heck of it. I would put my shares, my 5 shares that I have in Webull at risk, as it is a margin account. But since it's a call option, it really shouldn't put it at risk at all. It's not like it's a put. Something worth considering. Looks like we're kind of stabilizing inside, so we're just above the VWAP, but we're stabilizing just between that 3657 and 3680 levels of support and resistance. We're about 20 million shares traded an hour into trading, so that's a little bit better than I had anticipated based off of beginning of the day numbers. However, starting at about 7 minutes ago, volume started to drop off, and we're starting to average less than 250,000 shares a minute, which is bad. That's that volume issue that we had yesterday. That drop off. If you guys have any questions for voting today, let me know. I am here to help with that. Let's see, inflow versus outflow. We currently have a greater inflow than outflow, 154 over 153 in millions of dollars. So more money being pumped in than being sold into the stock right now. And yet we're down 3.1%. Gotta love that. So we're currently trading just slightly low today. About it. We're less than $1 off right now. But as far as like our sister company GME, due to the fact that we're both hanging in this for the squeeze, they are down 7% today, and we are down 3.2. Just kind of rounded off numbers there. Currently, we are trading. It's 15.03% short share interest with 189,000 shares borrowed. So that's actually dropped a little bit. It was previously 522,000 shares borrowed. It's now dropped to 189. And I honestly don't know anymore why I track the, I'll pull that over here and just show you what it is, where I'm getting that from. You have your returned shares versus your borrowed shares, which gives you a difference of 189,000 shares borrowed. I'm watching this daily and tracking this. Like yesterday was like, I think it was negative 1.2 million shares borrowed, meaning they had returned shares, but the actual on loan value went up day over day. It went from 97.3 up to 97.8. So they actually borrowed 500,000 shares. So why I'm tracking this number, I'm not really sure. But there's definitely some discrepancies between what's reported on loan versus what's being actually borrowed. So I don't know how to account for those discrepancies. Let's see. I don't see any. I was looking to see if there was any new tweets out there. I'm gonna like the one that I don't like. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see, any tweets that talking about what's going on here. So True Demon posted something out, looks like a day ago. He said, I'm truly humbled by all the people who started following me because of my DD. I will try my best to keep up with you all, but I apologize in advance if I fall behind. Also, please remember that I am, contrary to popular belief, human. Trust the data before you trust me. Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why we're all doing this. There's a lot of people who are tracking this stuff and trying to keep up to date. It doesn't need to be just one person who's collecting all the information. It can actually be a lot of people. And so we don't all have to rely on just one person. We can have multiple sources for information. Um, Charlie posted something. He recognized that the Lou of Wall Street was part of the one who may have suggested the controlled squeeze, which is contrary to what he's seeing in the information that's there. Oh wow, True Demon posted out to me 20 hours ago. He said, I wanted to take a second to thank Cold Steel Bot for convincing me to take that interview and respecting my preference for anonymity and privacy. Apes should give his channel a watch if you're looking for daily coverage on AMC and Jamie. That's awesome, man. I really appreciate that shout out. I'm gonna love that. That's really cool that he said that. I appreciate it. You know, I'm just I was tracking this stock anyways, right? I'm tracking on a daily basis. Um, I was just here doing it, and I just sat here. It was me and John. We were sitting here tracking on a daily basis, and we were like, some of the stuff that we talk about while we're just sitting here watching the stock is absolutely hilarious. Now, unfortunately, John had some stuff that came up, and so when I decided to create the channel, he wasn't able to be here. But I have a feeling he'll be back on occasions. But I kind of wanted to move, since he wasn't able to be here, I wanted to move to more of a like, let's do some interviews with people. I might interview my mom or my grandma, but I could interview somebody that I see that has a really incredible DD on Reddit. I want to talk to people and find out where they're coming from. I want to find out who they are, and I want to document this whole process that we're going through here. And I want to help as many people as possible. So I have Ortex data, I have Fintel data, I have level 2 book order, which you're seeing live on the screen here. if this is a source for you to be able to get something that you need, then I'm here for you. As I click my pen back and forth and probably annoy the crap out of everybody. I, you should have seen, if you go back, this has been a learning process for me. I'm by no means any kind of professional YouTuber or anything. This is just something I'm doing just for the heck of it. But with the ADD that I have, I find myself doing fidgety type things, and so I've got these poker chips that I have here sitting next to me, and I do little like practice tricks and stuff with my fingers with them. But I was doing this in the beginning, and my mom was watching the show with my grandma. She sent back a message to me. She's like, "Hey, Grandma wants to know what's that clicking sound." She was hearing that over and over and over, and I was like, ah. So I had to cut out my poker chip shuffling, practicing, and it's difficult for me. I have these I gotta have these like little hand things that I do or something with them because otherwise I just go nuts. I get too excited. um, I'm gonna respond to this tweet because I really liked I really like that. Yeah. And I'm gonna send a supply to True Demon. Um, so um, oh wow. Okay, so I'm not much of a Twitter. I've never really been much into twittering or whatever a tweeter. I don't know what to call them. It's just not something I'm used to. So these guys are like just tweeting like crazy, and it just blows my mind how much people tweet. I don't. Um, it's difficult for me. I'm older, right? I'm 45 years. Oh, I'm 45 years old. I gotta remember to say that because I just turned 45 this month. But I'm 45 years old, and tweeting is just kind of unnatural for me. I'm used to like uh, just saying things when I want to say them on Reddit, and I don't think about like just putting like my general thoughts into tweets. But I think I need to start moving towards that because it's kind of like where a lot of people are seen and heard. So I got to get used to this whole tweeting thing. So today's date is 7/28/21 on helping people to vote should they need help. So I appreciate that. I know True Demon. Um, I want to say that I have like a really good sense for sense feeling out people and knowing whether they're good characters or bad characters. And I want to say that he's a good character. I would trust him with you know for the most time, I almost always go and do my own DD. There are some things I cannot do. For example, like these NSCC published reports, 369 pages. I don't read comic books, so it makes it very difficult for me to go on and try and read something like a 369 page. You know, just in case you didn't know, ADD does not mix well with reading. It gets, especially with technical reading like that, it's just so dry. So I do find people who I will look for bits and pieces or portions of their information to see if it's accurate, and if it is, then I can just kind of start following or trusting that person, like Charlie's vids on YouTube. You know, I definitely trust that guy. But True Demon, um, it only took me a second to realize that the information that he was putting out was factually correct and very important. Number one, and number two, after having talked to him, he's a stand-up kind of guy, and he's definitely the kind of person that you want to be able to rely on for information. But he is only human, and he can't, you know, he works a job, so he's, you know, he's got stuff he's got to do, so he can't cover everything. Let's see. He says. Oh, cool, man. That's awesome. What a guy. He's a stand-up guy. That's all I got to say. I know what he's saying right now, and I know why he's saying it. He's a stand-up guy. I like him. So let's see, $36. We're on the cusp of 37 bucks here, and we have a nice little trend going. Let's see if we can figure out where this is headed. Let's do a little technical analysis and see if we can see something. I'm gonna zoom out to the 30-minute mark just because I want to see. Okay, so we did have this swing down like yesterday, and it looks like another swing. So it's almost exactly like we were saying. The same exact pattern happened on the 9th. So if we go back to, I'm just going to do a month. If we do a month and we go back out to the 9th of July, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, it looks like I just accidentally moved something I didn't want to move. The 9th, right here. So on the 9th, we saw almost a very similar pattern happen where the price kind of, you know, it just started out emptying out and then kind of going back up a little bit midday and then kind of flattening out for the rest of the day. And the same thing happened on the 10th as well. Almost exact same pattern. So if I take us back out to where we're at currently, I'm seeing yesterday would be something similar to the 9th. I know this is hard to see on top of my Fibonacci's here that I've got, but it's the same type of pattern. We kind of the peak out a little bit, or the green sections towards the end of the day, not the beginning of the day or midday. But I think we're going to see the same type of pattern as we saw on the 9th and the 10th of July today. So hence the low volume today will probably be around 60 million if I had to guess. But it does look like volume did kind of pick up, or has picked up for the day. So that's good. But it is slowing down. This is the natural curve. It always starts off really strong. We were doing really good right up until about I want to say about 10:07, just a little after 10. I think that's Eastern Standard Time. Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah, Eastern Standard Time around 10. The volume started to kind of have a drop off, and you can see this gradual, slow decline in volume. So we're suffering volume issues right now, and it can swing both directions when we have low volume. We're currently trading above the VWAP, and we are above this level of support at 3680. So we're going to be trying to push for that 3732 next if we don't break back down past this 3680 level. I don't see a wall of support there. I'm going to retweet. Retweet. I don't. How do you do this? Retweet. Okay, cool. So Stephanie Kammerman. This is the lady that was interviewed by TMI and has extreme vast knowledge of trading in the dark pools. She tweeted that the CDC will also announce today that they are recommending everyone in K through 12 schools wear a mask regardless of vaccine status. A health official tells me. So check this out. So I was just talking to my son. He's actually in high school right now, and he's in band, and so they don't have restrictions right now. There's no restrictions on the kids wearing masks to school. And I told him, I said, this variant D is coming, and I've kind of had it on. I've had it on my radar for quite a while. Some of the guys that John and Eric can both attest to this. But I was talking about variant D probably back in early June. And I knew it was coming, and it was something I didn't really want to talk about because I felt like it could be bad for the AMC um, squeeze. However, the more I started to realize that this has nothing to do with how well AMC performs. Like if we were to have another shutdown and AMC had to shut down, they've already stated that they have enough money to last through another shutdown. So we wouldn't have to worry about AMC. Um, the only negative thing that could possibly happen is they would try to use fear to try and cause investors to sell, saying, printing articles that would say things like, "Oh, AMC is gonna, they're gonna fizzle out because they had to shut back down." I'm no longer worried about that. I think the kind of shutdowns that we're going to see in the future will more than likely be shutdowns that are rolling shutdowns for cities that are having flare-ups of this variant D. So I would not worry about that. That is a non-issue as long as we continue and remain to hold. We should be okay. Let's see here. But I told my son, I told him, I said, I watched him that he was going out and practicing, and he's had his vaccinations. Um, and I told him, I said, this variant D, I think that they're pretty scared that this vaccine's not helping for that variant D. And I told him, I said, I think you need to start wearing your mask again to school. And hopefully he took me seriously. I don't know if he's going to or not, but it's coming, guys. This new variant D is coming. Protect yourselves against it. Continue to wear those masks. I know it sucks, but I've had COVID and it sucks too. You don't want it, that's for sure. I think I've had it twice. I can't say for sure if I had it the first time. It's a long story, but my mom, I guess I'll kind of cover it a little bit. But she's from Wuhan, not from Wuhan. She's from a city northwest of Wuhan. I think it's like an hour and a half or so away from Wuhan. Might be a little bit more than that. But anyways, she's in a neighboring vicinity to Wuhan when she was living in China, and she came back in 2019 in December, and shortly thereafter I got sick, like really, really, really bad sick, and nobody knew in December what, you know, nobody over here was doing any kind of testing in 2019 December timeframe, and I think there was a chance that I may have caught it from her. I don't know for a fact that I did, but I got sick with something, and it went around my family, and we all got really sick, really bad. Um, it was to the point to where I went to the doctors like on three different occasions, and at one point, I felt like I was going to die. I was having difficulty breathing. Everything was it was terrible. It was just terrible. And they had no idea what it was. They had given me all types of drugs to try and fix it, and nothing was working. And they ultimately, at the very end of it, they tried to tell me that it was allergies. But more people in my family than just myself had it. Um, I did finally recover from it, but then for sure I got COVID. When was it this year? I want to say it was in January of this year. In January this year, I got COVID for sure tested positive for it, and it felt like it was the exact same thing. Although I did better. I did a lot better than I did the first time, but only because I knew what worked for me after the first time. And so having gone through it, I made some adjustments to how I treated myself, because they don't give you anything. When you have COVID, they give you nothing. I asked for medication and they wouldn't give it to me. So let's see here. I'm just kind of going through tweets and seeing if what's being said. Um, yeah, U.S. Department of Homeland Security says beginning. Ooh, I just had a scary thought for a second. It's not really scary, but it's like I just had a flashback to TP and paper towel and disinfectant wipe shortages, sanitizer shortages happening again. Uh, Watch out, guys. If watch out for those. Make sure you got enough toilet paper. Don't go out and buy excess amounts. I'm not telling you to go out and buy scared. But make sure you make sure you got enough supply for toilet paper for a shortage, because I could see that happening again, especially paper towels, disinfectant wipes. That's probably coming. And for anybody who sees me on Twitter, it shows up as Cold Steel Bop. I think that's how it shows up. If you see me on there, you'll see it's a picture of me and my car in the background. That car was sold, and every single, well, not every single dime. I shouldn't say that. Most of every single dime of that car sale went into buying more AMC shares. That's how strongly I believed in this back in. When did I do that? March. So yeah, I saw it coming. I knew what was happening, and I knew that my dream car. I knew it was time to get rid of that thing and invest it, because the payout I knew was going to be greater and be able to move me into a new kind of car, a better dream car, believe it or not, if there's such a thing. No, actually, I had a Dodge Challenger, and it was an RT Plus, so kind of mid grade on the level of Challengers that you can get. And yeah, I sold that and put almost every penny of it into the AMC, or going to put, because I still do have some money left over that I am buying at certain levels. But yeah, hopefully when this is all said and done and over, we walk away with our bucket loads of money. I'll be buying maybe a little bit better Challenger. Maybe a red eye. I'd like to get a red eye. I don't know if I want all that horsepower though. It seems a little excessive. The one thing that I know that for sure that kind of upsets me about the red eye is it only comes in automatic, and that I kind of wanted to get a stick shift. I'm kind of partial to manual driving. I'm seeing them posting something here. So it looks like Charlie's Videos is posting something about picture 234. NSCC filed to increase fund deposit. Picture 1. Still isn't approved. Then today. Uh, Charlie's on another roll here. It looks like. Yeah. Well, we're on a roll. Nice spike up here. Volume increasing to not quite appropriate levels that we need. We need 250,000 a minute. We did spike up past that 37.32, but then dropped down below it, so we haven't quite broke through that level of resistance yet. But we are getting there. We're testing it right now, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of resistance to keep the price from hitting that. So this is a nice movement. I'm trying to get an idea of what it looks like overall. I'm not sure what to make of this. It's trending right now, so I can't really say what's going to happen. Unfamiliar territory. On the 30-minute interval, we are currently at 41, so we have plenty of room to move up on the 5-minute or 30-minute interval for RSI, and we are at 58.36. So we have plenty of room for upwards momentum as far as RSI goes. And there we go. We broke past the 37.32. The next level of resistance that I see would be at 38.26, but that's a ways off. I'm sure there's something in between here that I'm missing out on. So nice movement. Let's see what we're getting as far as shares being borrowed. It looks like there was a little bit of a dip and then returned to where it was on shares being borrowed. This is a nice run. Again, if you guys find anybody that's got any issues whatsoever in regards to voting, send them my way. That is really nice looking. I want to look at my, oh, sorry about that. I need to close out this other one so I don't do that again to you guys. I want to look at, so we made it down, what was the lowest we hit? We hit 3608. Okay, I'm not counting that. I'm not counting that 3608. I still feel like this is a positive swing from our last low of 34.69. I think we're heading up. If we hit 40.93, 40.93 was our last point that we hit when it was on an increase back on the 27th. So yesterday. So if we continue to move up, we could see we could move up into that range and continue a positive movement. We should be nearing. Yeah, we're about 30 cents off from being in the green. Which is a nice reversal. We were down 5% earlier. GameStop still having a rough time this morning. Let's take a look at them real quick here. But they are starting to pick back up. So they did have. Oh man, that is just a beautiful. If that turns into a cup and handle, holy moly, that is huge. Nice huge cup here. Boy, what a chart that would be. Ours doesn't look quite as smooth. It's a little rough. If I put it out to the 5-minute interval, we'd probably see a little bit better formation. I noticed I had messed up my, I guess I didn't lock this in place earlier. What was my value? 36 to 39. I'm such an old fart. I cannot drag these on directly onto the price unless I zoom in on it. Okay, those are locked into place. So we're getting really close to moving into the range for Eric's lower price prediction for today. So at this point, if it does break that $38 mark, at that point, all three of us will be in the contention for a tally point for the mark for the day. Yeah, we're looking to break 40.93. That was a previous high that we had. If we continue to move up. Yeah, nice. Was away for a while. Did you go for the option? No, I didn't go for the option. I mean, it's kind of a cool little $2 bet, right? I mean, it's for $2 you could make $1,500. It's a lottery ticket. That's what I would look at it as. I mean, if I was going to go out and buy a $2 lottery ticket, I'd just go out and buy a $2 lottery ticket and try for millions. Because I feel like $1,500 on a $2 bet, I just don't think it's going to happen. I feel like you'd just be throwing your money away to, some hedge fund out there that's buying the other side of that. So yeah, I mean, we got to be careful of that, right? Like, if we're going out and we're just buying these and just needlessly handing over our money, let's just suppose for an instant that everybody bought those contracts at that $2 price point, which probably isn't the case. It's probably a little bit cheaper, but let's just pretend that it was $2. That means that there's a total of $68,400 that has been spent on that option. So, do we want to just hand over money to them like that? I don't. I'm gonna wait till it looks a little more realistic. If I see some like huge price gains, which means I make less money in the end if and the cost of the share or the option would be a little bit higher. But no, I did not do it. I'm kind of one of those people where I don't like to make bets unless I know I'm gonna win. And so that should comfort anybody who's watching. If I'm in this, I think it's gonna win. I do like underdogs. I'm a huge fan of underdogs, and I do love winning. So I think this AMC in general just kind of fits the bill for both of those. Definitely being the underdog, and I think it's a sure win. It already has been a sure win. I don't even know why I say I think. It has been a win. Getting in at $14 originally and then watching the price drop down to 5 and being now where we're at, even at $38, it's a massive win. I've never been a part of a stock that has increased this much. I think Facebook would have been my best win that I ever had prior to this, and I bought it as an IPO, and I lost so much money. And it took me, I think it was like 2 years before I had doubled my money. It was either a year or two, I can't remember which, but I finally doubled my money on that one. But it took some time. I do know that True Demon. Yeah, I know. Okay, so here's the deal with Facebook. Like, I mean, this is a long time ago. Remember, Facebook was. This is not like just last year. This is probably like, jeez, I think it's been at least 10 years, hasn't it? So like maybe 10 years ago, I had bought Facebook IPO. Uh, I really felt like the amount of data and the information that they had was key. They could make some huge. Um, I felt like what they had to bring to the market was information that they could sell, and so I really felt like that was huge, and nobody was really giving them any credit. And the stock did tank right off the bat. I mean, it went from I think I bought in. I think the original IPO offer was at 34 or $36 or something like that, and I bought. Mm, I don't remember how much it was. I want to say I bought 100 shares. That sounds about right. I think I bought 100 shares, and it just tanked. I mean, tanked. It dropped down to like I don't know in the teens. If I remember, I don't know. Maybe it was low 20s. No, it was the teens. It dropped down into the teens, and it was just like, oh my gosh, no. And but it took a year. It took a year to get back to even, and then it took an additional year to double. But look where it's at now. I wish I could have held on to it. I actually had some money problems back then. I had some terrible financial issues that I was going through, and so luckily I had forgotten. Um, I kind of at some point I just stopped looking at Facebook. I knew it would be worth more later, and so I just stopped looking at it. And so when I got into the financial issues, I was like, well, let's see how much that Facebook's worth. So I went in and looked at it, and it was double, and I was like, ah, nice. Yeah, I mean, I sold stuff to get into AMC too. We are up to 38.27, so we're having a nice run right now. Looking really nice. Volumes picked up pretty nicely as well. Definitely in the range that we need to be in. This is that strong buy point, right? If a lot of people start seeing this taking off, they're going to look at this and they're going to be like, oh, FOMO, 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 and everybody's going to start buying because they're going to see a launch. That's what will propel us past that $40 to $45 gray area that we need to get through. It's so crucial to punch through that gray area. Just kind of cut it like a hot knife through butter. Uh, but we're going to need that FOMO to just punch us right through. And it does look like we're getting a little bit of buying power right now. We are about 30 million traded at 1014. Yeah, it's still low volume though. Just really low volume. I think you won't, Duncan, and I keep saying I think. I know you won't regret but having sold your AMC for this. Or sorry, selling your Facebook for this. this is going to be more profitable. And I don't think a lot of people give the credit where the credit's going to be due when this does happen. A lot of people are trying to chase cryptocurrency gains. They're trying to chase, some of these other stocks that are supposedly "quote unquote" going to also squeeze. This is where it's at. GME is also where it's at. They may actually squeeze before we do, but it's if you're trying to get in, I think GME is good if you're already there, and if you got a lot of money to spend on GME, then great, go for it, buy GME. But for me personally, at these prices, this is much better. And the volume here, this is the big thing, with volume being as high as it is, with the amount of total outstanding shares of being over 500 million shares. The hole that got dug for this stock is so deep, so deep, and we're going to be way further into the money when the squeeze does occur, because there's so many additional shares that have to be traded, and it's going to see um, price points that are unfathomable. Yeah, yeah. This is the way to go. One of the things I had considered, I kind of thought about, like, what am I going to do? I'm not going to be working. I'm gonna have once this is all said and done, I'm gonna have my own business. Uh, I don't know what the business is going to be. Um, I've I've had ideas. My mom said, well, why don't you start trading for, legitimately just start trading. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if that's really what I want to do. I like what's happening with AMC. I don't like what's happening with the market in general. I don't know that I want to reinvest more money into the market. Maybe later down the road when everything cools off, that could be an option, but that would maybe be like after a year or two. Um, I jokingly said to my wife, it would be fun to get my pilot's license for helicopters. And now all of a sudden I'm starting to see video feeds. I think she's looking it up for me, because I'm starting to see video feeds of the first steps to doing helicopter piloting classes. Right. Yeah, I agree with that. See, so the thing is that AMC was kind of along for the ride on the squeeze, and I think so many investors who came in late to the game to GME saw AMC as the better. They thought that the squeeze was going to continue on, and so they started buying AMC. Well, enough of us got into AMC to where utilization just skyrocketed, and basically set AMC up for a perfect squeeze. So it was kind of like, I think it was really fortunate for a lot of people that we all got into this. U.S. stocks, besides perhaps a select few, is a no-go for me after this. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna Cryptocurrency is a no-go. I considered cryptocurrency. I consider blue chip stocks. I'm gonna avoid the market. Um, I had an idea about buying properties, but I think even property over here in the U.S. is probably gonna have um, probably a correction, if I had to guess. So I don't know. We'll see. I am not bullish on the American market or the American economy right now. And I think it's possible to be not bullish on the economy and still be bullish on AMC. Believe it or not, it's kind of a weird position to hold. But if you understand the technicals, I think it's a viable position to have. Reverse repo was up to almost 1 trillion again. This is by cybersecurity. No, no, no. It's under cybersecurity, but Sydney was the person Sydney_Mick on Twitter posted reverse repo was up to almost 1 trillion again yesterday. There are now shortage of home buyers and foreclosures are setting in. Biden is talking about going to war over cyber attacks, and of course S&P 500 and Dow are both down again this morning. Happy Wednesday though. The state of the world. I mean, when I saw the markets, I thought the overall market was up. Okay, so Dow is down slightly. The decliners are starting to overtake the advancers a little bit. It's at 36.16 for advancers and 27.41 on the decliners. The Dow Jones is down negative 0.18%. The Nasdaq is up 0.7, and the S&P 500 is like dead set even. So we could be seeing a bit of a swing to the other direction right now. Let's see, AMC available shares to borrow is slightly down. Borrow rate for short share interest is 15.02%. Borrowed change is 105,000, which is down from 189,000. Let's check these options. Let's see what happened after that move up that we just had. I would imagine they're getting more bullish on that $40 option point. 10.1 now. It was at 6.2, so almost doubled. The put options still at 36 with 9.6 from 6.2. So a little more unbalanced. It's definitely leaning more towards the call options with a $40 strike price for Friday. Yep. I'll tell you what though, if properties decline in the U.S., depending on how severely they decline, there would be a huge market. And I'm just going to state this for everybody out there. I watched something incredible happen in 2000. It was about 2010, 11, but it was during that 2008 housing crisis that we had here in the United States. I watched my home price valuation drop from $325,000 down to about $150,000. So a little more than half of my total home value dropped in a matter of a year or two. But the amazing part to that is that was across the board. I had a medium price average home in the area that I was living in. So your $1 million homes that were selling for $1 million prior were now worth 500 or just slightly less than $500,000. I had friends who were foreclosing on homes at the time that they were moving into $1 million homes and getting $1 million homes at a rate that was the same rate that they were in the houses that they were in currently. Crazy thing that happened. So that market, if it gets stressed, if the housing market here in the United States gets stressed to the point to where housing prices drop like that again, I guarantee you I'll be sinking a very large amount of money into homes. I will buy up as many homes as I possibly can for some, maybe even half to 3/4 of the amount of money that I have. I'll try to get in at the lowest prices possible and then rent those homes out. I can't see a better way to make money because it only took my house took about 5 or 6 years to recover its full value. But you could say 10 years, right? Even if you just said 10 years, and you're talking about buying a house at $150,000 and in 10 years' time seeing your profit double. If you spent $1 million into homes and you bought let's say you just bought 4 homes at like 250,000 a pop, and then they all double in price. So you now have, after 10 years, you now have $2 million worth of homes. And you've likely put somebody in those homes to rent them, and you were able to charge them probably more than what you would need to live off of. And so you're basically living off of your rent off of 4 homes during that 10-year period of time. You're probably making money. Rent on a $500,000 house that dropped down to $250,000, you probably could charge somebody about $2,000 a month in rent, times 4, times 12. That would net you almost $100,000 a year in profit. And you can take that. Of course, some portion of that's gonna go to taxes. So you're gonna drop that by 30%. So now you're down to $70,000. Then you need to put aside some money for. You need to put aside maybe $10,000 probably a year for upgrades to the homes or fixes. And then you're looking at like basically $60,000 income without having to hardly do anything, uh, which is great. I mean, all you do is you just sit there and manage 4 homes for a year. You make $60,000, and after ten years of that, you walk away with doubling your money. Um, it, the initial money that you put into it, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. That's the way to go. But the problem with that is that you have to wait for the market to bottom out. If you buy in too early, you lose a little bit of equity in there. So you got to really make sure that you hit it at the bottom. And that is probably the toughest part of it. But Duncan, if you, I don't know if you're allowed to buy property in the U.S., but if you can buy into, there's definitely companies out there that I believe there's stocks out there that you can buy in companies who do purchase property. Those will be the stocks that you want to be investing in because those guys are going to be making a killing, absolute killing. Especially if my understanding is that one of the biggest markets that's going to get hit the hardest with property is going to be the retail sector. And retail property, oh my gosh, you can make so much more money on retail property than you can housing property or private property. It is generational wealth. And I haven't really thought I hadn't really thought about generational wealth too much, but it is crossing my mind from time to time. I've never really thought that far in advance. I've always kind of looked at like just my retirement. Generational wealth is kind of a weird topic for me. I feel like sometimes you can spoil your generations behind you. I have 5 kids, and my oldest one right now is in the military. He's in the Air Force, and he's working. He kind of wanted to go to college, but I think he didn't want to come out of college with a loan, a massive school bill, and so he decided to put himself through the military and have the military help pay for college after he gets out. And I think that's extremely responsible on his part. Um, I think that if I were to just hand him money, that wouldn't be a good learning experience for him or any of my kids. Uh, that there's something important about learning how to um, earn your money, to work hard. We're in the green, folks. I know we've already been there once, but I'm saying it now. We are in the green. Trying to break through that $38.26 level of resistance. That's what we're trying to push through right now. Let's look at that inflow versus outflow. It should be drastically different now. 20, 30 points maybe. Wow, it's not even that much. Okay, it's less than 10. 281 to 273. That's a lot smaller of a difference than I would have expected. All right, moving through. Hopefully moving on up past 38.26. Punching holes. I expect at some point to see shares start getting massively purchased. And I'm not. I'm going to suggest, and this is kind of far out there. One of the indices I got to put it back up on the screen. Sorry, guys. One of the indices that we're checking from True Demon's trigger indicators is that short exempt volume, and I'll pull it up on Stonko Tracker just so you can see how it's been trending. It's this middle column of values up here. So the short exempt volume was, back on the 19th was at like 1.1 million, then it went to 1.9, then 1.2, 800,000 to 593, 552, now 303. So it's dropping. This is the wrong direction for the indicator that we're looking for because we want it to be over 3 million. I'm starting to think that what we're seeing right now is it looks to me as though they're slowing down in how much they're attacking the stock. I feel like there's pressure to avoid dropping the price too much, and it's becoming more and more difficult for them to control upswings. This volume is just so low. I think that's part of the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. The reason that we're having such low volume is because they're not able to come back in with these high frequency orders to drop the price. We're not seeing the same high frequency volume that we typically see. Why aren't we seeing high frequency volume? And it's probably because somebody shut their doors or packed it up and said, "Okay, we're done. We're not going to continue to fight that battle." It is break time for me, guys. I'm going to go ahead and step away. I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on. So even though I may be walking away from the channel, I will watch. I'm diligently waiting for somebody to come on here to have voting questions. If I see somebody come back on and post a question, I will come back and I will answer it. So I'm going to put that in the post up here. Okay, so I'm gonna put that heading for break. If you submit a question while I'm gone, I will see it and return to answer the question. More important than anything for me right now is to make sure that we get people helped out with voting. Still haven't had anybody come in and ask any questions yet, but I'm here. I am here to help. I want to make sure that people get their votes in. So I will do whatever I can to get back over here and answer any questions that may be had. Otherwise, though, I will be back at the usual time of 11:10 East or Central Standard Time. So 11:10 CST. And I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat today. I gotta make some lunch. Okay, guys. I'll be back in a bit. All right, I'm back. I'm back a little early. Let's see here. I don't know. I'm pumped. I'm jazzed. I saw some stuff on Twitter that just kind of jazzed me up a little bit. Made my day a lot better. I don't want to go into it, but I did see some other things that also jazzed me that I do want to talk about, and that's at Charlie Vids. He's got some DD that's he's saying he's connecting some dots here that are extremely bullish dots. He said he's going to post a video later today, so I'm going to keep an eye out for that. I mean, we'll watch it together, but I can't stress enough how important it is for me to understand that everybody's getting the due credit where credit is due. So I want you to check out his stuff. Check it out because he has got some things that are just well worth they are well deserved of the work that he's putting in. He's doing the work to check out the entire 369 page 2010-010 NSCC report. Just the guy's a workhorse. I mean, even his Twitter account says Gary Gensler's workhorse. So, but I can't stress enough that I can't wait to see what he posts. When he comes out with his video, I'm definitely all over that. So we'll see where we go here. I just thought of something really crazy. I'm kind of a fan of Joe Rogan. I love me some tinfoil hat, something fierce. Like I, I love to talk about the conspiracy theories. I don't buy into all of them, or I should say I probably buy into hardly any of them. But I I find them mentally challenging because I like to look at different sides of stories. Just as an example, flat earthers, right? Like I had to figure out, like, okay, how do you prove definitively with your own eyes, with all the senses that you have, can you definitively prove that the Earth is not flat without actually, uh, you know, uh, traveling it or going up in the space shuttle or something like that? Something that every average day person can do. And I actually figured out the solution, and I used it as a fun little brain exercise for my kids. But there's a great way that you can prove whether or not the Earth is flat, and it's simply by looking up at the moon. The phases of the moon are caused by the shadow of Earth. And if Earth was indeed flat, you would have a straight line across the moon. It would always be divided by a straight line instead of a curved line, which causes crescent moons, and that's how you can tell. So that's why I kind of like tinfoil hat kind of subject matter, but because I like to have that brain exercise of, like, how do you prove to a person who doesn't believe in something with analytical data, uh, empirically, that they're wrong in their position? And that's just an example of one of them. But anyways, because I love tinfoil hat issues so much, of course I love Joe Rogan, and I think the important thing is about what I'm about to say is that what I want to do is I'm gonna try and push Joe Rogan to interview somebody, not me, definitely not me. Joe Rogan needs to talk to somebody from the ape community, somebody with some smarts about what's going on. Maybe it's Trey, maybe it's Matt, whoever it may be, but he needs to get somebody onto his show that can talk about this and talk about what it is the apes stand for. We need to get that out there, and so that's gonna be my next goal. Is I'm gonna start pushing for Joe Rogan to get somebody on his show to talk about that stuff, because that's huge. We need to have that kind of viewership, people just seeing what the movement stands for, and what it is, what we're seeing data wise, that's leading us to believe that we're going to have this epic squeeze of all proportions, the MOAS, right? I mean, it's going to be epic, and so we need to get somebody out there talking to Joe Rogan and get that exposure. So that's what I'm kind of shooting for next. I know that sounds such a high goal, like a huge goal to have, but I want to see that. What if Earth was the shape of a coin? You would get the same. No, okay. So the thing with the flat earthers is that they suggest that the moon and the sun rotate over the top of the planet, right? And they're always constantly. So if here's your flat planet, right, and it's always rotating up here on the top. Well, you can't get shadows from a round sphere onto another round sphere on our side unless it's the shadow from our planet. So it would have to be a light source from the backside somewhere. Now, if Earth was a curved flat coin, like you're saying, and that light source was coming from something on the far side, we have no data to prove that there's a light source coming from the backside of Earth anywhere. If it is indeed truly flat and we are rotating around the universe, which we know we are, we can see different constellations depending on where we're rotated at. There is no backlight sourcing, so the light has to be coming from the sun. And if the sun is generating the light, the only way that we would see a curved shadow is if the shadow was actually Earth's shadow being on in representation to an image posted onto the sun. So that's why you have that curvature in the phases of the moon phases. Um, so it's difficult. Like if you ever throw that out there, how do you get moon phases to a flat earther? They have a very difficult time trying to explain that one because it defeats their thesis of the Earth of the sun and the moon rotating above Earth in a direction. I mean, it's deep. There's these rabbit holes are so deep to go into too. Yeah, I don't know. I have a fascination for trying to understand why people think what they think. Um, and I guess part of the fascination stems from um, wanting to understand. With ADD, I have a difficult time communicating with people, especially in like large groups. And so I've always had this like fascination for understanding why people like. I'm one of those people who'll go to like a mall and I'll just people watch. Like I could just sit there for like hours and just watch people, just because I think it's fascinating human behavior. Um, Seeing how people interact together is really incredible. Um, I love cultures. I love seeing all the kinds of different cultures and the different traditions and whatnot that cultures have. Some of them get annoying. I know I've had a few annoying cultural issues that but every culture has these like isms of their culture, and I absolutely think they're so fascinating. You had a lecture once from a professor in a conspiracy theory. It was really interesting. Yeah. Um, I guess another one of those conspiracy theories that always kind of gets me a little bit is whether or not America actually made it to the moon. And I do believe that we have. I still don't know if, like, I factually believe that we've been to the moon. Whether or not we went the first time, um, I don't know. I don't know. I've seen some compelling evidence out there that could be um, legitimate in order to prove that we didn't actually go the first time. But I know we've been since. I know we've been since. Some of the more clear color footage that they have out there, some of the later missions, I don't think you could fake those. But I do kind of sort of doubt the first one. But at the same time, even though I have doubts about it, I wouldn't say that I go so far as to say that I don't believe that we went. I just have doubts. That's it. I think that there's enough. I think there's enough evidence out there to say that there's an argument to be made that it's possible we didn't go the first time. But I'm going with we did go. but there's definitely evidence out there. Let's see. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Uh, no, I don't. I love my guys. I love my support team. I really do. They're great people. Duncan's great. I love all you guys. You guys are awesome. Um, I don't want to start any in-house fighting. We're good. Everybody's good. Uh, we're all working together for one common cause, and I appreciate, uh, um, you know, I don't know. I'm talking two different conversations here at the same time, and that's not really cool. So me and Adam are talking about something that happened, and I'm not going to go there on a live stream, but um, you know, I'm happy that we're able to work together, everybody, and accomplish um, really cool things as a community. So, irregardless of whose hard work it was, or who did what, the bottom line is that we're all working for the same end goal. We're all trying to work to get to this point where we have a MOAS, and I love seeing all the research that everybody's doing. We're all learning together. This is amazing. Does anybody have any questions? Regarding the first time is more interesting because one can actually argue in favor of that. Regarding the first time. The first time they went to the moon is more interesting because one can actually argue in favor of that. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that I don't believe they didn't go the first time. It's just that there was, if you do a lot of digging, there's a lot of evidence out there that suggests that it could have been manufactured, and so I think that point could be argued. But I'm still sticking with I think they went. But there's definitely a side of that you could argue, and some very good data out there that would suggest that there's a possibility they didn't go. But irregardless, we've been to the moon since. I know for a fact we've been to the moon since, based on all the other stuff that you can see for video footage. So, the United States was still first. Bottom line. But what would have happened? What would have happened if we hadn't gone? There's a TV series out right now. I think on Apple TV. I can't remember the name of it, but it has to do with what would have happened if Russia had made it to the moon first. Really, really interesting, kind of fun watch. I haven't gotten through the whole thing yet. Actually, I haven't even made it through season one. It got to a point to where I kind of fell off from watching the TV series. There was other stuff that we're watching that became more important to us. But let's check out options right now. I do love my support team. We're a good group of people. We're really awesome. Um, and my wife's part of that. You know, my wife is part of that support group. I'm definitely including her in on that. You know, whenever I have negative thoughts or you know, doubt or whatever, she's always there to pick me back up, which is awesome. I'm glad I have her. Let's see what we're doing here. Volume currently at the $40 strike price is still 24.1, so we're up from 10.1 the last time. So it's been a hot minute since I checked this. So we'll go 24.1. And on the put side, it looks like it's kind of a tie now. It's still at 36, but it's almost going to 35. But it's up to 12.3 at 36. Okay. And I don't think I've updated these values since yesterday. I'm pretty sure that those are all the same values from yesterday, so I guess no change in open interest day over day. Which, that's news to me. They are currently... Duncan, you're my OG, man. You can forever claim that you're the OG to this channel. By far, you're the most regular visitor that comes back for more. Thanks for your enduring level of support and what I'm doing. So let's see. Our short share interest is at 15.01%. We have 44,000 shares that show up as being borrowed. So for that is down from 105 last I checked. I'll go ahead and change that. I feel like we should have like another trading signal coming out here. I think we're a few days away from a new trading signal, if I had to guess. I would imagine we have another trading signal coming up. Again, if you guys know anybody who has any kind of voting questions whatsoever, bring them here. Bring them to this channel. I will walk them step by step through whatever it is that they need to. As many people as we need to get through this process of voting today. Send them here. Get them over here, and let's fix their issues, because we got to get these votes in. Super, super important. Trey saying good morning. He tweeted out 4 hours ago, "Good morning, you beautiful apes. Short interest loans on shares going up. Short share interest is 15% and 97 million. I think it's 97.8 million." And then he said each rip is followed by higher lows. Filings are coming out addressing the problems apes have been talking about for months and months. The process is a journey, patience. Charles V. Payne. Yeah, I'm not going to read that one. The Masked Investor. Oh, that was 14 hours ago. Why do I get posts from like 14 hours ago? It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Um, the Masked Investor tweeted, "I don't know who Sean Williams at the Motley Fool is, but someone tell him to shut up." He says, quote, "Misinformation has been driving force behind AMC's run higher," end quote. And then CMI said, "I think you mean corruption, manipulation, or illegal trading strategies. Take your pick and cut the shit." Oh, man. Oh. Let's see what's going on here. Let's look for a trend. We have on a 30-minute interval, our RSI is so difficult for me to focus right now. The RSI at 62.42. So it's a little bit on the high side, but it's still has room for movement up. If we're looking, I know this is a mess of a page right here with this with these Fibonacci retracements, but bear with me for just a second. I typically just look at the 30-minute interval to see what our RSI is doing. So it is elevated. Also at the 5-minute interval, also elevated at 63.24. So this would be a good. I would say now would be a good time for some consolidation in here. We would want to see consolidation at about this $39 mark here. A little maybe up and down movement down to like maybe what is this value in here? 38.62. We'll probably see it kind of consolidate down back that direction, then maybe move back up and test that 39.76 level of support. Excuse me. So let's see if there's an indicator that we can identify right here. Yeah, I think this will work. Let's check it out. Yeah, that works. So we have an ascending parallel channel that's been going on basically since about 9:48 Eastern Standard Time. Kind of fell into that area and have been trending up this ever since then. So this would be a good indicator. Of course, this is this indicator is a bearish indicator, so that when it does break out, it will break out going down below this. So the question is if we have this consolidation period right now, it would probably only be able to consolidate up to 1237. So basically like 7 minutes from now before it could either go back up into this channel some more or break out going down. Why can't I spell? What is it about my ADD that makes it so that oh, it's, I know what it is. It's my, oh gosh, I can't even think of what it's called. So I have ADD as well, as well. I feel so stupid being 45 years old and admitting that I have ADD. With a little bit of dyslexia. So growing up, I used to switch my B's and my D's around. I'm trying to think of what other letters I had a hard time with. Maybe I's and L's. Um, I don't know. I really struggled a lot growing up through school, and math was like one of my hardest subjects for me. Like trying to focus on numbers. Uh, and the funny part is that when I finally started clicking, everything started falling into place for me. But it was after high school. Numbers just I don't know what happened. It was like something triggered, and it was like I started realizing the relationships between the numbers, and I saw math completely different, and didn't really have that much of an issue with it after after high school. So and then in the industry that I got into, I was working as an engineering technician in semiconductors, and math was heavily used in some instances. Specifically, I want to, statistical process control, or SPC. That's kind of the area that I really focused on in it, and it's in graphs, charting graphs and trends that are happening inside those graphs. So my whole career since 1998 was spent on um, most of the entire career following trends and patterns, and trying to identify where there was out of control instances where some a parameter needed to be changed or modified to dial in the process. So charting stuff like we're seeing now, and seeing trends and graphs and whatnot, this is like right up my alley. I love this stuff. It's just absolutely so much fun for me to, I don't know, look at these numbers. I just like seeing patterns. They jump out at me. I, I remember one of the first jobs I ever had. I worked a night shift, so I had to count the till at the end of the day. And this is the ADD part, and math. Like when math suddenly started clicking for me, the ADD part, of me, I would count the till, and I would and it didn't matter what the number that I came out to. I had to recount it, and if the second time the count wasn't exactly the same number as the first time, I had to recount it a third time. Nobody ever told me to do that. It was just something that I just did because I have this like obsession with making sure that I count correctly. Uh, and so I have this thing about counting numbers over and over. Just weird stuff. I'm a weird person. My support group's backing me up here. They're cool guys. They've made me feel better today. I feel good. and having a plus 3% day today, even though I'm outside of my price prediction at this point, I'm still happy. Every day that we're over my price prediction is a good day. I am well rewarded by being wrong on a day where we're over. I will take it. Um, Duncan, if you're still listening, I don't know if did you message me on Reddit because I didn't see the message. If you did, I do want to connect with you. Alternatively, other than just talking through YouTube, I need to. There are times where I might need to send you a message. So if you could do that, if you don't have my Reddit ID, just let me know and I can get it to you. Actually, I'm gonna write it on here because I don't know if you're listening right now. So if you when you do come back on, all right, awesome. I'm glad you saw that or heard that. Um, but yeah, I'll just put it up here just in case. I'm pretty sure that's my user ID right there. So it's in the chat. If you want to hit me up on Reddit and just send me just send me a message saying it's you. I doubt anybody else will try to ghost you. But if they do, they'll catch us because I'm gullible. But yeah, I definitely need to keep you in on the loop as to what's happening. Especially if you're going to be a system administrator on here. You should be in the know as to what's happening. And that way I can keep you in the loop. Amazon is currently breaking even for the day. Oh, nah, that can't be. Is that seriously you? Flimsy investment. I mean, never mind. I won't say the rest. Holy smokes! I can't believe that's you. I didn't say the rest of it. Somebody's gonna know. But holy crap, that's you. I think I mentioned one of your posts the other day. I'm almost positive I read one of the posts. If not, it might have even been today. That's cool, man. I almost gave away your information. Oh, did you? Okay. I didn't realize you directed me to it, but that's awesome. So, but I think I've read more than one. I'm almost positive I read one. I don't remember when it was, but I don't think it was one that you had directed me to. I do remember you directed me to one, but I want to say I read another one by you as well. Let me just look at your history here. Well, anyways, I'm not gonna do that, but I will send you a message later when I go to break. Just kind of want to fill you in on what's going on. So I'll reach out to you and contact you, and then we can talk about maybe like how we can get you on the show one day. Getting Europe's perspective. You're just one person, but getting your perspective on what's happening um, with AMC and everything that's happening over here is a good perspective to have. I oftentimes find that people who are outside the bubble, the bubble I'm considering North America, see things from a different perspective, and it's always good to have different perspectives. So hopefully we can get you on here and we can talk. That's right. You're going to represent the entire continent. It is you. I love the fact that with technology that we're able to have like these conversations overseas, like millions or not millions, but thousands of miles away, and just be able to talk like it's nothing. It's kind of a foreign concept to me from back in the day when I was a kid. You couldn't just call up somebody in Europe and talk to them for free. It would have cost you money. So it looks like that 7 minutes that I was giving us is about up, and we are indeed breaking out down below this. So there was some consolidation. Wasn't quite enough to get us to the point to where we'd start shooting back up. Uh, you know, getting closer to that $40 mark. This is where they start attacking us, getting us back down. Looks like we got some relative strength right now on the buy side. $48 million traded at halfway through the day. That's going to be, if it were to double, which I doubt we'll see, I would guesstimate that maybe 88 million is probably about the highest we could see, and I projected 50 to 70, so I'm going to end up being wrong by a fair bit. It depends though. If it dies off today like it did yesterday, oh my gosh, whew, that was rough, man. Watching that volume just tank. If we saw that happen today, we could still make it in between 50 and 70 million. I was kind of guesstimating 62 million total for the day originally. As far as our options go, the spread right now on the daily spread, the volume today is between 40 and 36, with a 2-to-1 ratio on that spread. So there's 24.1 thousand options for 40 and 12,300 options on 36. So, and we are closer to 40 than we are 36, so we're winning. We're winning that battle. For the week ending Friday, it looks like the biggest winner right now in strength for calls is at 125 with 34.2. That's just massive. But the realistic one is at 40. There's 21.2 thousand options at 40 that are open, and 30 at the $30 strike price. There's 24.5 thousand options open, which gives us a spread of $10 between 30 and 40. The put side is outweighing the call side on strength, but if you were to look up AMC on Stocko Tracker, and let me get rid of the tallies real quick here. If you were to look on here, one of the things that you should notice is, let's just do some quick maths. I like saying maths. Sounds so apish. Oops. Okay, so there's 240,000 total options. Let me refresh this page and make sure that's accurate. Does that still look right? Oops. Yeah, so basically 240,000 call options versus 144 puts. So it's not quite double, but it's getting dang near. So that's something to keep in mind. There's a lot of call options out there that can expire in the money if we continue to raise up in price. However, at this time, there's not that many that are in the money. What we really need to do is if we break into that $40 range, let's look at it again here. I think it's the $40 range that we're really shooting for. A $40 range We're going to get 8,000 here, 24, so that's quite a bit. Yeah, 40,000 right there. 45, 55. We'll get another 55,000 if we can hit 40. Which would be pretty massive. What am I doing? Tack on an additional 50,000 to that would put us at 76,000, almost 80,000 in the money if we just hit 40. That's gonna be big. Big, big, big. Out the money options for this coming next week. That's what I know when I had talked to True Demon, that's kind of what he was looking at, was the first week of August. First week or two of August going really out the money and some options out there. Let's look and see at these current prices, what can you get? I'm not for trading options, honestly, but I am curious about them just because I like kind of looking at the numbers. I would say $50 would be a good out the money value for possibly a week or two from now. It's not too far out, and if we really explode, you could make quite a bit of money. It's currently trading. You can get them. You can get the those options. Oh wait, I have the wrong. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I have the wrong Friday put in. All right, $50. They're okay. They're actually running higher than I thought. Never mind. $50 for this Friday would run you $25 for one option, but that's I think that's too soon. But 50 for a week out would cost you $142 for one option, somewhere around $142. And if we were to hit, let's put in 50 to 100 just to see kind of a large range. If we were to hit 50, actually it put 50. If we were to hit 51 by Monday, you'd make close to $500. It's like $435. That's for 51. So yeah. The question is would you want to spend $142 on a lottery ticket for quadrupling your money? That seems a little high to me. And this is why I don't play options. I don't know. At this point in time, the options make it look extremely difficult to make good money unless you're buying out way out the money. Even $120. Holy smokes! I'm looking at this right now. At $120, it's still $13. That's pretty. I think that's. I feel like that's pretty hefty, considering. I don't know. Like I said before, I don't like to gamble unless I know it's a sure bet. So it's difficult. We did kind of come back into the ascending level, ascending channel. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep it. We did, I guess, we needed a little bit of a swing down to get that RSI just enough down to where they would get some positive buying power again. But I would imagine it's probably being stressed. Yeah, it's getting up there. RSI is really close to the top right now for a correction, or signaling a correction. I'm not seeing. So I'm going to go straight to see if I can pull up some information on Reddit and see if we can find. I'm specifically looking for the vote flare, although I think I can look it up on the side over here. Yeah, upcoming vote. So I'm going to look for people who are looking for voting help. Oh, somebody wants to know if we can listen to the meeting being live streamed. And I wanted to know that as well, especially when we were going to have the last one. And then it didn't seem like there was any way that we could listen to it. I think it's partially because it's strictly for shareholders. You have to be a shareholder in order to attend the meeting, and so I don't think that they want to publicly post those. So here's the correction in price that we're seeing right now. Just looking for people who may need help with the vote, and I'm not seeing anybody's commenting that they need help. Let's see, volume did start to pick up there. There's about four good columns of volume. Definitely up from where it was at. It was trending in the 100,000. We need 250, and these are 369, 300, 285, and then 369. So those are good columns of volume. Here's a 285 that we just had. So volume's picking up. That's good. We want to see that maintain those kind of levels. If you were to zoom out a little bit and see how it's trending, it looks like we've had at least two major upticks in volume, and when those upticks of volume occurred, we tended to see the price rise during those periods of volume increases. Like here's one of the increases right here. Here's the price increase. Here's the other increase here. Again, price increase right here. And it looks like volume's rising up again, so we might have like another period of increase in share price. I hope you guys hold me accountable always. Like, I want everybody on my channel to always hold me accountable for making sure that what I'm saying is either accurate or correct. If it's wrong, if you think that it's wrong, say something, because there's a good chance that I'm regurgitating something that I learned, and maybe I didn't understand what it was that I was learning. So feel free to correct me. I don't like being wrong, and I would rather be corrected than continue to say something that's wrong. Right now, I'm looking to see if there's the Motley Fool, man. These guys, They're so bad. Listen to this. Listen to this title. Is it time to sell AMC stock and buy IMAX? Seriously, come on. I mean, what's the deal? Like, I don't understand like why they've got these like these hit pieces are just too much. Oh, jeez. I love how like check this out. Two articles. So here's that article from the Motley Fool, and then two articles down. It says AMC, Cinemark, National Cinema Media, and IMAX decline. But they're telling you to switch out of AMC and buy IMAX. Well, why would I do that when Market Watch is telling me IMAX is on a decline? Yeah, screw that. I don't know who like who legitimately. Please, please, somebody find me somebody who legitimately follows Motley Fool's advice, and I just want to talk to them and find out like how that goes for them. Like, do they legitimately ever pass out information that helps people to actually make money? I think somebody, I think somebody did a breakdown one time. They were tracking what Kramer was putting out for information, and they were saying like if I had traded through Kramer's advice, I'd have been down this much money, and then they posted how much it would have been versus like if they had just traded like straight blue chips, how much they would have made over how much they would have lost, and it was something incredible. Yeah, Kramer was not giving the kind of data that they needed to. I like how I stuttered Kramer's name. Kramer. I can't say his name. I can't say his name right. Kramer. It's like speech impediment entered in as soon as you have to try and say his name. Hello, Kramer. So it was a good run up that we had there. Excuse me, cracking. A good run up that we had there. I feel like we've broken out of this a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Maybe we should wait like 1 or 2 more minutes just to see what happens. Volume did fall back off again. With volume declining, I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I don't think we're going to continue to head that route. Aw. See, this is the kind of stuff I love seeing this stuff. I love Reddit. I love this life and this wife. The Arizona house, those hedge fucks have 10 homes. I want one resort style home that we can relax at and enjoy. God, you turn me, I think he meant on. You turn me on when you talk like that. Laugh out loud. You do good. I hope we get out of here by 11. Glad I bought today. It's already on its way back up. You keep butt dialing me. That's cute. That was posted by Bull Pang. Oh, sorry, Pull Bang. Said that wrong. Inflow versus outflow. GME's down. They're down 5.5%. So we're not tracking the same. However, their charts are giving a nice big middle finger. to the hedge funds. They're trading below the VWAP, and it does look like they're starting to have a little bit of an uptick. We, on the other hand, have not had the same chart today, so we're tracking differently. And we're up 3.6 or 3.26 today. Cinemark is pretty much breaking even. Can you imagine if we only had 1.5 million shares traded in the day? It's so low. I think I would probably have a cow. I'd be like, what's happening? I feel like that when I see it's not over 1 million at 7 a.m. I can't even imagine. My dog's over here again. He's like, hey, I need some love. He's a big guy. Let's see if I can put him on the camera. I'm gonna have to move this real quickly. Let's see. Does it give you a shot of him right there? He's a big dog. I don't know if you guys can see that. He's a big guy. And he just stands over here and he's like, he basically just wants me to itch his back the whole time. Yeah, you like that, don't you? He's a good dog. Yeah, he protects the family. Huh. For the first time in his life, he's able to say that he's older than me now in dog years. Yeah, what is it? Seven times, what are you, 49? I think you're like 49 years old, buddy. Do you feel 49? I bet you don't feel 49 when you chase after those rabbits. Oh, I know you like chasing after those rabbits. Yeah. We got a bunch of rabbits out in the yard, and as soon as that door opens, you see their ears perk up, and it's almost like I go like, you'd think you'd let them out enough times to where they'd know, like, okay, as soon as that door opens, we're out of here. But they look up and they perk up and they're like, what is it gonna be, people or dog? And then he goes charging out there, and those rabbits just start scattering all over the place. They can't get away fast enough. Sometimes he's only gotten like, I think he's gotten 2. And it wasn't because he got them. It was because they made crucial mistakes. One of the times the neighbor in our front yard had a batting cage out, and so it had that netting that was there for the batting cage, and the poor rabbit, man, it ran, and I don't know if it didn't see the netting or what, but it ran, it jumped, and it hit the netting, and of course he was like 2 steps behind it, and that thing was, he's a goner at that point. I don't normally worry about him getting to him because they're usually fast enough to just run away. It's typically the only time he ever gets them is if they hit something. They got to hit something on their escape route. But we have so many of them that I let him chase after him. I do. Maybe I'm a bad person for that. I don't know. And we do feel bad when he gets them, but we still let him out. We are trading above the VWAP very nicely today. Ever since 10:47 Eastern Standard Time, we've been above it. So that's really good. I like seeing that. That gives me some courage in thinking that there's a chance that this could be a result of us trading off PFOF, payment for order flow. If that's the case, if we are truly indeed trading above that because, or trading like this right now because of that, let's keep it up. Let's keep it up 100%. Because that's really good movement. I have to say, like one of the things that I've been seeing uh, as this channel's starting to become more popular, I'm seeing more and more people who are trying to uh, attack, um, try to get information from me specifically. So there's definitely a higher level of people. In fact, I don't remember when it was, but we've had at least once or twice in the last week where we've had somebody come on and advertise like another stock or something, which is really odd to me to see happen. I I guess I should feel honored that they feel like they need to come in here and create these attacks. You know, I said that we were off of our parallel path, but I think I just want to create a new one. No, I can't. Never mind, just kidding. For example, like on my Twitter today, I mean, I already had it happen once on Twitter. I already had somebody try to do like a chat with me to try and get me to buy into something that they were saying they were a part of, but they weren't. So this is what 13 hours ago. This is what Charlie wrote. Charlie's videos wrote. Holy F! It all makes sense. This entire journey, it just clicked. 002, 006, 005. The market share filings, the wind down plans, the recovery plans, the OCC rules, the cat. Holy F! I'm putting it together now. Now to present tomorrow. So tomorrow. That was 13 hours ago, so maybe when he wrote that, that was tomorrow is today. Uh, I'm looking forward to seeing that when he puts it out. A wind down plan explained. An effective wind down plan aim. Okay, so this is posted by Mike Went Mad on Twitter, and so this is the overview from the handbook, probably from one of the recent SC and NSCC filings. It starts off with saying an effective wind down plan aims to enable a firm to cease its regulated activities and achieve cancellation of its permission. Oh, sorry, I can't read because it's so small. Yeah, it does say permission. With minimal adverse impact on its clients, counterparties, or the wider markets. This includes scenarios where the firm undertakes a strategic exit as well as unexpected crisis or insolvency that makes the firm unviable. A wind down plan can also help a firm to assess if it would have adequate resources, capital, liquidity, knowledge, and manpower to wind down in an orderly manner, especially under challenging circumstances. The quick reference guide at WDPG Appendices 1 to 12 is intended to help firms, especially those of smaller size or simple operating model, to apply the concepts to develop an effective wind down plan. Wow, a wind down plan. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. I'm going to retweet that and love it. Oh shoot, that's not what I meant. Undo retweet. Wrong one. That one. That's the one. Yeah, let me see if Charlie's got his. Charlie has his thing up, his video. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing his post yet, but I'm awaiting that. That's going to be impressive to see. Yeah. Stephanie posted, comments anybody that alpha vaccine is not working against the Delta virus. Yeah. I saw it coming. It's not really a surprise to me, honestly. And we're not past this COVID stuff yet. Not yet. So we're currently in range for my my prediction for volume today, which was 50 to 70 million. We're within that range now. So the question is will we have another 20 million shares traded before closing today? And I think we will. I would probably, if I were to make an adjustment to my prediction, which I'm not going to, but if I were, I'd probably say 70 to 90. Maybe looking more like maybe 75. But yeah, Joe Rogan. I am going to push for that. I don't know how I'm going to do that. But where there's a will, there's a way. So I'm going to start looking into ways to reach out to Joe Rogan. I think he would make for some great exposure. Not for me, for somebody else, because I'm not going to get on his show and talk. As much as I would like to, I think he'd probably rather talk to somebody like Trey. Seeing Trey sit down and have a sit down and shoot the shit moment with Joe Rogan would be freaking amazing. I would buy that. So here's a website. Looks like he's got a tour set up. He does have a contact page. For podcast guest booker, Matt Staggs. I'm gonna contact him that way. So I'm contacting his guest booker, Matt Staggs, for his podcasts. So that's what I'm gonna do. Uh, Okay, so I went ahead and submitted. So, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll get an email and they'll just kind of be like, yeah, whatever, or we're working on it already, or who knows. We'll see what happens. So maybe I'm bringing people together. Maybe that's my specialty is bringing people together. But there it is. I've submitted to their request that they get somebody, a YouTube personality, not myself, definitely somebody more like Trey or Matt or somebody on Joe Rogan's podcast and talking about this because people need to hear about this, about what's going to happen. Because I'm a firm believer that even with the NSCC rules that are coming out that are trying to control, uh, that's a bad word. We're not supposed to use in control to mitigate the least amount of impact through the clearinghouses to the rest of the market, um, I still think that the market's going to crash. Reverse repos are at some of the highest levels ever, and not just by a little bit. I mean, we're just talking like mounds and mounds and mounds of repos that are out, and it's not going to bode well for us in the end. So people need to start talking about this, and Joe Rogan touches on a lot of subject matter that a lot of other news agencies might be more inclined to kind of stay away from, either because they're told to, or just because it's not maybe it's not popular, trending enough. But this is the kind of stuff that people need to start talking about. They need to start being careful about how they're investing their money in the market right now. Um, I worry. I worry for people in my family. I worry for my children's future. I worry for a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have to worry about. But because our market's messed up, I have to worry. We need to fix it. It needs fixing. the one thing I have to say, like when Trey first started doing interviews, like I just wanted to kill myself with a spoon. He's gotten so much better. He's done enough now to where I feel like he could do an interview successfully with somebody like Joe. But my God, his first interview with Adam Aaron, and then his one with the Wolf of Wall Street. Uh, those were just terrible. Nobody even wants to go back and revisit those. That's how bad they were. But he's worked a lot, and I think he's worked purposefully on trying to make himself better, and I think it shows big time. Especially some of the interviews that he's had with Charles Payne lately. I know those are scripted to some extent, um, but I think if you got Trey in an environment where he could just feel relaxed, I think he would have no problem talking about what he feels about certain topics. I know Matt could. I'm pretty sure Matt could hold his own as well in an interview, but I also question Matt's ability to interviews. Some of his interviews have been equally cringeworthy, and I'm not saying that I could do better. I am not saying that at all, by any means. Hats off to them because they're doing stuff that would be incredibly hard for me to do. I like that saying, Duncan. I like it what you're saying, I had a really good boss that said if you have problems, come to me, but don't come to me without a solution. you know, because then you're just complaining, and I don't have time for that. That's what he said, and I love that. I love that about him. You know, it allowed me to feel like I was buying into the problem, right? Like if I'm going to come and complain to him about a problem, I have a solution. We're going to fix it. Have a solution. Figure out how to fix this solution or the problem with solutions, and move forward. And I think some of the solution to fixing our market is just us holding. It's just us holding and doing this whole process of proving to the rest of the world, right? This whole market crash thing is not going to just be something that we're proving to ourselves. We're proving to the whole world that there's a lot of corruption going on here. Yeah. So us holding and making this a point for the world to see what's happening is massive. Like I think we're exposing corruption at its finest, and it's so odd to me that just being able to buy a stock and hold it is having such an impact. I mean, it shouldn't have any harm whatsoever. Like people just buying and holding a stock should never harm anything. It's just so crazy. I mean, it's how you know you're on the right track. We have some new postings on buy orders through Fintel. I believe that the last one, let me get rid of the tally marks here. I believe that the last one was Nelson Van Denberg. So we've got, let's see, six more new ones in here, and they're all buys. We've got 1,000, 4,200 to 68,000 by ESML iShares. Oh, iShares. Is that isn't that the hedge funds? Isn't that Citadel? Don't they have like the iShare Connect? Is that their? I wonder if has anything to do with that. Then we have Pro Shares through the Ultra Pro. Looks like these are maybe funds that also bought more 28,000, 75,000. When were these done? Out of curiosity. Oh, today? Wow. Okay. Effective date. Oh, no, 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 no. 5/31. That's a long time ago. Holy smokes. Somebody's reporting pretty late there. That's a late report. So this one is too. Alright, so those were a while ago. Let's see about this one. Also 5:31. Why are they reporting so late? That's so incredibly late. I'm going to have to look up. Oh, these do say NP. I'm not sure what NP stands for. This 13F should be more recent. Okay, see, this is 6:30. That's fine. Yeah, still getting reports from 6:30. Yeah. So there's that. Citadel. Nothing new there. They are currently, how busy are they? Busy as normal. Nothing new happening there. Let's take a look at options again. $40. 32.8. Sharp increase. And on the puts, it is now at $35. So $35 did take over, so it did slightly move down. $35 strike is now at 13.2. So ever so much of an increase. Did I get this number right over here? I did. Look at how many strikes. Guys, $40 strike. Oh my gosh. If we can get up to 40 bucks, we're going to see, we could see some fireworks. They will not want us to get to 40. There's going to be a huge push against that. Look at that. It's nearly a 3-to-1. That's big stuff, guys. If we get to $40, watch out. Okay. BlackRock. All right. So it is an ETF by BlackRock. Okay. So yeah, we knew BlackRock was long on their position. Makes sense. Ugh. I'm complaining about the beard and I'm not doing anything about it. I can't complain anymore. Stop. I gotta stop, right? I gotta do something about it. My wife told me, she says, I think there's some beard oil I might have gotten you a while back when you had a beard. So I gotta go back and I gotta check it and see. So wait a minute, what? This can't be right. Oh no, that's right. Okay. So the Treasury issued their reverse repo numbers, and they're currently at $965 billion with a B. Yep. It's pretty crazy. I can't even imagine if we hit 1 trillion. Yesterday I was saying that I felt like we were seeing the perfect storm, the calm before the perfect storm. When the volume dropped out, like they just weren't able to do anything anymore in terms of continuing to drop the price maliciously. And I feel like that's almost kind of a continuation today. We hit a level of support at 38.62. It does, however, look like they're driving past it. $15,000 shares, sell wall at $40. There'll be all kinds of crazy fireworks if we pass $40. And that might even move into tomorrow too as well. Or even Friday. I guess if we hit 40 by any of those 3 days, we could see massive fireworks. So maybe a little bit of a shoulder, head, shoulder. But I'm not really sold on that. Just kind of going through a lot of the different things, kind of looking for something that stands out to me. I don't see any new news articles. 2,514 decliners to 4,016 advancers, but the Dow Jones ETFs and the S&P 500s are both down. NASDAQ is up 0.31. The heat map looks terrible except for pharmaceuticals and whatever this one is that I can't figure out. I want to say it's like, well, it starts with HE. What would HE be? It looks like a lot of like the, 'cause I feel like there's some power stuff in here, but then there's also research, Medtronic, that's medical stuff. Abbott, Thermo Fisher. Oh, okay, here we go. Heat map changed. I didn't wait long enough for it. I was going to say, there's a lot of red there for that many advancers. Okay, so it looks like semiconductors is doing really well. Oil and gas is doing really well. Pharmaceuticals is okay. Banking's, it's hit and miss. Software and IT is kind of a hit and miss also, so it's kind of rough some places, not others. But Amazon is definitely taking a hit today at down 0.44%. We are actually heading back down towards, we're about 50 cents off from breaking even from where we ended yesterday. A quick sell-off like that should have helped to reverse the RSI, which is it's about mid-range at the 30-minute interval and below mid-range on the 5-minute interval, so that's good. We can see a reversal now if we want. Short share interest is at 14.98%. Borrowed shares is to negative 167, so they've returned shares. That was from 44,000 borrowed to negative 167. I think when it says negative numbers, it feels like it ends up being a positive, so I don't know. I don't know. All right, so one thing I want to point out, going to this chart here, my favorite indicator, of course, the on average days per, the on loan average age per day indicator. Looking at that really quickly, I just want to point out that it did move up day over day. It was from 38.69 to 39.15. But what I want to point out is that there's kind of like it shot back up after it dipped to here, and then just kind of it's been kind of an average amount on a slight incline over time. And this dip down here had a decline averaging out before it started going up. This dip had a declining average before it started climbing up. This one was one of the few dips that actually had an increasing amount ever since until it got to the next dip where again it had more increase. This is an abnormally long period of time to not see like a big increase. I feel like, because I feel like we had a big increase here and a big increase here. I would expect to see this continuing up. I feel like we should be in the range of maybe like 50, but we're not. We're at 39. So this is falling off. I don't know what to make of that. It could possibly mean that the failure to delivers are not, they're not having to struggle in covering those as much. Yeah, I'm not sure what to. I'm not quite sure what to make of that. I'll have to kind of stew on it a little bit. now might be actually a good time for me to step away for a lunch. I ate a little something earlier, but I think we're kind of in a dead spot right now. Volume kind of dipped off a little bit here. We're kind of like in the 100,000 range and have been since I don't know, almost 10 minutes now. We need some more volume. So now might be a good time to be taking a break. So I will. I'm going to take a 40-minute break. I'll update the time on there since I didn't update it earlier. So let's just make it 1:25 East Central Standard Time. Alrighty, and I'll see you guys in a little bit here. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. Okay, I am back. Let's see what we got going on here. Get rid of this message. I was supposed to send something to you, Duncan, and I forgot. Let me do that now before I start doing anything else. All right, so I sent you a message, kind of outlining what had happened, just so that you knew, so you're kind of in the loop as to what's happening. I'll talk more about it later. I'll get back to you later this afternoon once I end the show. But let's look at what we got over here on Stonko Tracker. We got 400,000 shares, so it hasn't really moved a whole lot. It went from 500,000 down to 450, and it's kind of gone back and forth between 450 and 400,000 for a little bit. ETFs look untouched. Yep, ETFs are untouched. Looks like we're trending really well on the price right now. I mean, it's consolidating quite a bit right now. Let's see if this works. maybe. Ish. It's not the best. We'll go with it though. Well, we're gonna run with that. The market looks like it's well, Amazon's like breaking even. Cinemark's down almost 1%. GME is down 6%, but we're up 2% right now. Doge is down 0.5%. The market as a whole. Currently, we have 4,252 advancers to 2,314 decliners. RSI on AMC right now is currently in a 30-minute interval at 58.89. On a 5-minute interval, it is currently at 52.80. So a little high, but it has room to move up still. 61 million shares traded with about an hour and a half left to go in the day. This is going to be a good, fun power hour. I'm going to pull this over. I just want to read this. Let's see, we got, oh, I have a doorbell ring here. Hold on 1 second, guys. My wife's so awesome. She brought some trail mix home from work last night. Gonna have to snack on that a little bit. Anyways, where were we? Let's get rid of those tally marks. Alright, so this is posted by Icaro. Reverse repo at 961 bills. Follow me for a sec. Treasury bonds are used for collateral for leveraged positions. Cash is not as valuable. Every day, an average of 70 plus counterparts gives 900 plus bills cash to the Fed to park it overnight versus Treasury bonds and a small fee. In the last 2 months, the reverse repo amount has increased steadily, setting new records almost every day. On the July 30, Yellen said that the Fed will stop printing Treasury bonds due to the ceiling being reached on August 1st. Can we assume that on August 1st we might have a reverse repo crash with a collateral shortage? What happens when you don't have collaterals to grant you leveraged positions? No dates, no hype, but August has been pointed out by many as a really unstable time for the stock exchange. And several Apes analysts have said that the TA analysis shows an unstoppable strength in the first 3 weeks of August. May all of these factors be correlated. Interesting. We know reverse repo is giving signals. Hold on a second here. Okay. So, yeah, we're having some nice growth here. So reverse repo, we know it's going to play into what's going to happen to the overall price of the market. You know, if these reverse repos cash in, that we're going to see some issues in the markets. And when that happens, you know, that could be the beginning of the end, especially if those banks want their money. Those margin calls will come pretty quickly. Oh, I guess you guys can hear me crunching on that. I'm sorry, I won't eat anymore. Mute. Yummy trail mix. We're up to almost 2.5%, more like 2.25. It's jumping around quite a bit. For low volume, it sure is having a lot of activity. Short share interest percentage is of the free float is at 14.97 with 189 shares returned. That's down from 167. I've wanted to do just to kind of throw things, throw a curveball at the channel. I've wanted to do days. I used to be a big time gambler on full tilt poker way back in the day before Black Friday. I don't know if anybody, you know, if you guys know what that is exactly, but Full Tilt Poker used to be one of the premier websites, that and Poker Stars and whatnot, for online poker. And man, I used to play some mean cash tables back in the day. After Black Friday, which was essentially where the government came in and tore everything up, I kind of walked away from poker, and I've gotten back a little bit here and there, but not too much. And one of these days, I will probably, uh, instead of walking away for the day and not filming the rest of the day, I might play some live poker on the channel, just for the heck of it. I think it's kind of fun to throw a little bit of a mix up in there. Play like a tournament while we're watching the stocks. Wouldn't that be crazy? I'll save it for a low volume day. Yeah, iShares. I knew I'd heard iShares before somewhere. I'm so glad that Duncan was able to help me remember that was BlackRock. I knew watching Charlie's videos that he had mentioned it before, but I couldn't remember which broker was that tied to that iShares. Put those indicators or those tally marks back up. So it's getting awfully close to We're above Duncan's upper limit on price, just barely, and we're about ready to break mine, which I am completely okay with. But Eric's still in the money. He's good up to $41. So Eric may have picked the right value for the day. One day I'll have to call AMC and poker on the day that I decide to do a poker tournament at the same time. That'll be so crazy. You know, why not? Like one day I'll just do some poker. I'll probably have to download the. Right now I'm currently doing poker through. What's the name of that? I think it's called. I gotta look at my phone. Ignition Casino. It's based out of Europe. Hopefully I can remember my password to get in. It's been a while. I actually played a tournament not too long ago. Won a little bit of money off the tournament. Nothing major, just some couple bucks. But it'd be kind of fun to do a little bit of poker playing while we're at this if we're having a slow day. We can talk about implied odds. There's actually a lot of math involved in poker, and a lot of people don't understand why some of the people who are like MIT math graduates, they actually do really well at poker because if you apply a lot of the heavy math theory to poker, you can actually be a winning player over time. And of course, that's the goal, right? It's to win. But if anybody ever does decide to play poker, I highly recommend starting out with Doyle Brunson's. What is it, the Poker Bible? What is the name of his book? I can't remember now. Doyle Brunson, what is it called? The Super System. That's right. The Super System. Read the Super System book. He has a Super System 2. I think when I read his book, I read the Super System 2. And I didn't read all of it because he spends like a good portion of the first part of the book talking about the basics of poker. And I think if you already know some of the basics, you can skip right past it. You can move on to some of the other stuff that's in there. But yeah, there's a lot of really good information if you want to learn how to play poker correctly. There's a lot of really good information in the Super System. Oh, and the other part of that too is in his Super System, he talks about a lot of different styles of poker. I primarily just play Texas Hold'em, but he talks about a lot of different styles of poker that are out there that are played, and how to use the system to play those as well. So there's really, the book is massive. It's like this big, it almost is like a Bible. But you can cut down a lot of what you have to read out of there just by looking at the sections that matter the most to you. But poker is if you're not bad at math and you can do math quickly in your head, figure out your implied odds. There's tricks for trying to figure out like what your odds are when your current hand versus the other possibility of hands that are out there, and you can figure out what your percentage of winning is, based off of certain criteria. There's a lot of just really cool little tips and tricks that you can learn and pick up along the way that help you to become a better poker player. So you're not just looking at 2 cards and going like, oh, I think this is a good hand. I got 2 pair or something like that, you know. And it's just like the board has 3 diamonds on it or something like that, and a lot of people don't start thinking about like the possibility that people could have flushes, straight possibilities. There's just a lot of things out there that people kind of miss when it comes to poker, and they just play by the feel, which ultimately will cause you to be a losing poker player. There is an aspect to poker where when you're playing live, being able to read players is huge. But if you're playing online poker, it's by the numbers. You don't have anybody to look at, and so when you see a bluff, you have to kind of use technicals to kind of figure out whether or not somebody's over betting the board because of the fact that they have a weak hand, or you have to look at positional playing as factors. There's just so much. There's so much in poker that's involved. But I used to multi-table 6 tables at a time, and that was the most I ever got to. I was a break-even player at 6 tables, just because it's like if you ever watch like those chess masters where they go around to like 6 or 7 different tables and play a piece and just move from one to the next. That's basically what you do when you're playing poker on that many tables. You're just going to each table as soon as a hand comes up, and you're analyzing everything super quick, and everything's really fast paced. It becomes a much more difficult game when you're playing 6 tables like that, and you're trying to crunch numbers and trying to remember what the player types are like on each table. But if you can break even, back in the day, if you could break even, then there was something called rakeback, and a portion of the money on the table would go into what was called a rake, and that money went to Full Tilt, and they collected the money. But if you signed up for a Rakeback Pro system, which was off of their server, they would basically calculate how much you had made in hands off the rake, and then they would cut you a percentage of that. So I made a decent amount of money, just even though I was a break-even player. I made money on the rakeback. I made enough money for Full Tilt to cut me in on some of the money that they won off those hands over time. So it was kind of cool. But if I played like 2 or 3 tables at a time, I'm definitely above average. And if I sit down and put my mind to it on a tournament, I can usually finish in the money. It kind of depends sometimes on how distracted I get. Also, attention span, it has a lot to do with it too. If your attention span can't last hours on end sitting and watching a poker table, you won't do well either, because it does take quite a bit of time to finish a poker tournament. Like I could have started one at like 10 this morning, and I probably, depending on how big it is, it probably would just now be getting over. $63 million shares traded so far. We have an hour and 10 minutes left of trading. I don't know about you guys, but I've been noticing that the market, at least according to the local time that I have, let's see, does that show up on the feed down there at the bottom? Let me see if I move my picture. I don't think that it does. Oh, it does. So in the bottom right-hand corner down here at the very bottom, there's a local time. I'll refresh it. Okay, it just refreshes the screen. So I have a local time that's sitting here, and it's supposed to be, I would assume that it's supposed to match, because see, it says up here 1450, but if you notice down here, it says 1348. And I normally close out the show based off of these numbers down here, and I'm finding that the market's opening and closing like 2 minutes later, or earlier rather, 2 minutes earlier than what's showing up at the bottom down here. So I might have to start changing when I end the show. because I've been normally it's like the day ends at like 3 o'clock my time. So normally I would end the show at 2:58 and 20 seconds is when I would start it. But I might have to start 2 minutes earlier now, just because it's not lining up anymore. $39.28. Moving on up. Let's see what we got here. 39.28. Is that getting closer? So the high that we had on the 27th or yesterday was 40.93. So we're about $1, about $2 behind that. I'm officially outside of a tally mark unless the price were to drop for the day. My upper limit price was 39. Eric's still in the running. He's got all the way up to 41. So he's got a bit of a range to go still before he would be out. Eric might be collecting the tally point for today. What would that put him in a tie? It sure would. It would put Eric and John in a tie. I believe two of John points so far have been earned by Duncan. One or two. I can't remember if it was two or I know one for sure. And I'm always lagging right behind everybody. I'm doing the show and I'm not even doing the best. Just goes to show that you can't really predict this stuff very well. After all, we have 9 misses. Complete airball misses. I'm still not seeing shares borrowed. And they're showing 145 returned, which is less than what it was earlier. Earlier it was 189. So they are borrowing shares. I'm just not seeing it on Stonko Tracker. Let's go ahead and take a look at options real quick here. We're getting real close to that $40 mark. Like I said, I think we might see fireworks at 40. Oops. What do we got here for options? 37.4 now at the $40 strike. 37.4. That's up from 32.8. On the put side, we are currently at the strength point being at $35 at 14.8. Is that 3 times? Let's see. I can't do the math in my head. Not quite 3 times. So more than 2 times the amount though in call options versus put options for the day. I'm surprised that the puts are going for 35. What does that mean for tomorrow? Does that mean possibly tomorrow they're going to try and short the stock down some more? Currently not having very much look at it. I don't think luck's an issue. I definitely believe the price is controlled very heavily by the hedge funds. Let's see what our inflow versus outflow is right now. 559 to 549, so only 10-point spread. Let's see what this news is on GME. Okay. So GameStop stock is buzzing among retail traders on our Wall Street Bets, or WSB, as it gets ready to join the S&P Midcap 400 indexed. So one thing I had heard a while back is that once it joins that Midcap 400, wait, I thought it was supposed to join the Russell. Was that oh, it was a Midcap. That's right. That's right, because it went from a small cap to a mid cap. A post that noted GameStop's upcoming addition to the S&P Midcap 400 Index trended on Wall Street Wall Street Bets at press time. The post gathered over 480 comments and was upvoted 7,300 times. And here's a quote: "One more profitable quarter, which ends this Saturday, and it's eligible to join the S&P 500. Wrote, you Las Vegas was fun." Notably, the S&P 500 index is comprised of 500 of the largest U.S. publicly traded companies and is considered as the benchmark of the U.S. large cap stocks. GME on the S&P 500 would be the best thing to happen this year solely on account of how many people question the fundamentals of the company. The argument is that is in the dumpster if it makes the S&P 500, noted another user. Or that argument isn't in the dumpster. Why it matters. On Tuesday, S&P Dow Jones Indices announced that GameStop will replace Wellengarten Reality Investors in the S&P Midcap 400. Currently, GameStop is a constituent of the S&P Small Cap 600 Index. While the S&P Midcap 400 is made up of companies that have mid-range market cap of between 3.3 billion and 11.8 billion, the S&P 600 tracks small cap companies with a market cap between 700 million to 3.2 billion. Price action on Tuesday, GameStop shares closed 2.94% lower in the regular session at 178.54 and fell 1.24% in the after hours, trading to 176.33, but they are currently at basically 169.69. Nice. Yeah, so I had heard, and I don't know how much truth there is to this, but I had read or heard someplace that when it made it into the mid caps, I thought it was mid cap and it was moving to large. But anyways, whenever it moved from whatever cap it was in to the next one, that it would cause the short squeeze event to occur because they're no longer allowed to short the stock when it moves into that new cap. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I think a lot of people were thinking that that movement was going to be a great thing, which is supposed to happen, I guess, here pretty soon. If it does squeeze again, it's all over for everybody. I mean, it's pretty much like all over in a good way, not a bad way, meaning like we're done waiting for a squeeze. That's going to be the point. That will be a very definitive trigger. Well, apparently I still remember my ignition password. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Did the site get shut down? No, my money's still in there. Yeah, so I'm going to need to if I'm going to play that live when we have like a really slow day in the near future, I'm going to have to download that the software that they have. Let me look it up and see. I gotta look up Ignition Casino. Do I not need to download their software? Do they have software for PC? I don't know. Maybe I can just play straight off the web page. Looks like it. Yep, I'm in. Huh. It's trending real nicely inside of this ascending parallel channel here. So we'll see if that continues on. If it does, we could be looking at a close somewhere between 39.46 and 39.97. So that's really close to that $40 mark. Like I said before, if we see over 40 and before close today, we could see a massive fireworks show coming on. We didn't get anybody come in today asking for help on how to get their votes casted, so I'm kind of bummed about that, honestly. Like, I kind of was hoping that people who needed help would come here, but I mean, either that tells me one of two things. Either everybody's really confident and has already voted, or um, those who cared about voting are done voting, or nobody needs help. I'm not sure which. It's hugging that line, though. Definitely hugging the line. checking to see if I'm logged into my poker account, and I'm checking to see if there's a way to play without downloading their software. Doesn't. Looks like I can play on just on a web browser. Looks like they have like a knockout tournament. There's $100 guaranteed. It's basically a $2.20 buy-in. 12:45 in the mornings. That might be something to consider. Oh, it's 12:45 in the morning, not afternoon. That's that's not gonna work. Here's another one at 5:45 in the morning. That would be before I started the show. It's a $3.30 buy-in, $200 guaranteed. Looks interesting. Hey, play the casino. Since we're playing the casino, play the casino, right? We'll play two different stock markets. The one of online gambling and the one on that's the American economy. Volume just really shutting down right now. Let's see, like the last minute was 55,000 in volume. It's just absolutely low. This actually, the last time we had acceptable volume was dang. I mean, that's an acceptable spike right there, but that's it. I want to say the last time we had acceptable levels of volume today was around 12:56 this afternoon. Kind of when we saw this peak right here. It's just died off ever since. There we go. We're starting to break out now. I think it looks like they're going to make us fight for 39. So it may not be the 40 that we want to see, but we might get a fight for 39 for today. And wouldn't it just be my luck that I picked 39 even instead of 39.10 or something like that? If I miss it by 1 penny, I miss it. Doesn't matter. No, it's not Zip Charlie. Although that's Zip Trader. I kind of do like some of his stuff, although he doesn't strictly talk about AMC. Charlie's Videos is the name of the actual site, and he's got some extremely technical. Let's see, Charlie's. Actually, I got to look him up on YouTube this way. So I'll pull it over to the other screen so you can see who I'm talking about. Zip Trader is not bad. I haven't followed him yet, but you know, he's on my list of recommended people, and so I see him. Charlie's Videos. I'll put this over here. His stuff looks like this. It's got a picture of a guy looking through a magnifying glass. If you found that, then you know you found the right person. But if you go to his videos, like his most current video that he's got out right now says GME volume today explained. Did Texas just average up? Is another one that he had, and then Game Over. So I haven't watched Game Over yet. I watched some of the other ones earlier this morning. Game Over could be the one that I was looking forward to. But yeah, the name of the channel is just Charlie's Vids. I've heard some people say videos works as well, but that's how I look him up. He's on my. I'm actually subscribed to him. The only one that I have in my subscription list over here that has nothing to do with AMC is this. That's showing is this Let's Game It Out. That guy's so funny. I just can't get enough of that guy. Hilarious. He exploits flaws in games and farming type games, and then just goes way overboard on them. It's hilarious. Let's see. I'll preview. I'll preview a little bit of Charlie's video. Let me just listen to just a minute of it and see. Let me see what he has to say. All right, this looks decent. So I'm gonna pull it over. It's a little long. It's 12 minutes long, so we'll try to get through it. It's gonna be dry. I mean, we're talking about NSCC filings. Those you can't just. It's just the way that it is. Those things are just dry. Period. So try to bear with this a little bit if you can. And I understand it, and I'll talk over it. We'll talk about what it is that he's talking about if I hear something that needs to be talked about. But let's listen here.
Geez, NSCC is coming in heavy with these filings. We got NSCC 2021-011, remove ID net transactions from the required fund deposit calculations and make other changes to the rules. This kind of goes hand in hand with the SFT one we had come out. Let's go and take a look. So the purpose of this one is to revise its margining methodology to remove institutional delivery transactions that are processed through the ID net service from the calculation of members' required deposits to the clearing fund as described in greater detail below. While ID transactions processed through the ID net service are netted with transactions that have been processed through NSCC's continuous net settlement system, which we discussed in the SFT filing, these transactions are not subject to NSCC's trade guarantee. Therefore, the proposed change would improve NSCC's ability to collect required fund deposits from its members that more accurately reflect the positions that it may be required to complete in the event of a member default. Now, I find it odd that they're specifically changing language to make it known that these transactions are not subject to guarantee, but then they leave a super note that says that they've never been guaranteed, kind of making this whole filing pointless, or at least this aspect of it. So I'll take that with a grain of salt. Now, the proposed change would improve NSCC's ability, again, to collect fund deposits more accurately. Now, why would they need that? Well, in the case of a member default. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overview of the ID transactions and the ID net service and what it is. So ID transactions, first of all, are the parties involved are mutual funds, insurance companies, hedge funds, bank, trust, and pension companies. Those are going to be the parties involved that include the institutional investor. So institutional investor is the mutual funds, insurance companies, hedge funds, bank, trust, and pensions. The buying broker and the selling broker and the custodian banks are the investment managers. After execution, which is the buying and selling of shares, the trade allocation details of ID transactions are matched between the executing broker and the investment manager or institutional investor's custodian bank. After an executing broker has provided a final notice of execution, most investment managers will provide client trade allocation details to the executing broker using a service provided by NSCC's affiliate, Institutional Trade Processing, or ITP. Now, when the executing broker accepts and processes the trade allocations, an electronic confirmation is provided through the ITP's Trade Suite ID service to the investment manager or the broker, selling broker, or custodian banks. The ITP links with the various parties to institutional trades to provide real-time central matching electronically, comparing trade details and notifying parties of any exceptions. Now it says exceptions occur when the mandatory matching fields do not match. After the trade allocation details are affirmed, the institutional delivery details are sent to the depository trust company, or the DTC, where then they are finally settled. Now, NSCC Risk Management receives a daily feed from ITP that includes both ID transactions that have only been confirmed, as well as those that have been affirmed. Now, overview of the ID transaction and net settlement continued.
Okay, I'm kind of following what he's saying there. So it sounds like what they're proposing it with this clearinghouse stuff is that when we go to sell our shares, our broker is going to go to those clearinghouses to make the sale. At least that's my understanding of what he's basically saying.
Participation, of course, is voluntary. Now, eligibility, how you would be eligible to use this service, the broker-dealer in the ID transaction has to be an NSCC member and a participant of DTC. The custodian bank in the ID transaction must be a DTC participant. In addition, eligibility for ID net service processing is based on the underlying security being processed, the type of transaction, and the timing of affirmation. As described in Procedure XVI, net transactions are not completed by the cutoff time. If they are not completed by the cutoff time, which is currently 11:30 a.m. Eastern, then the NSCC systems will exit those transactions, and at that point, they must be settled on a trade-for-trade basis away from the NSCC. Now, basically, what the service does in a nutshell, it provides members with operational benefits, we discussed earlier, of netting these transactions with their CNS or continuous net settlement obligations, allowing them to combine their affirmed ID transactions with other trades in the CNS. As noted above, ID net transactions are not subject to NSCC's trade guarantee. So again, to roll through this slide, the main point of this slide is they're not subject to the guarantee from NSCC. The ID net transactions not completed by the cutoff time at 11:30 a.m. East and are not, if they're not completed by that time, they have to be settled away from the NSCC. It's a voluntary service, and it creates operational benefits by netting the transactions to lower the required capital costs for their fund deposits. Now, the required fund deposit and risk management of the ID net transactions. As part of its market risk management strategy, NSCC manages its credit exposure to members by determining the appropriate required fund deposit to the clearing fund and monitoring its sufficiency as provided for in the rules. The required fund deposit serves as each member's margin. So think about that. The required fund deposit serves as each member's margin, and they're taking away ID net transactions from being included in that calculation. The required fund deposit serves as each member's margin. The objective of a member's required fund deposit is to mitigate, there's that word again, mitigate potential losses to NSCC associated with liquidating a member's portfolio in the event NSCC ceases to act for that member or defaulting. So a defaulted member or a member that NSCC has failed to act for or ceases to act for is is therefore designated as a default member. Now, the aggregate of all members' required fund deposits constitutes the clearing fund of the NSCC. Now, the NSCC would access or dip into the clearing fund should any defaulting member have insufficient funds or an insufficient required fund to satisfy the losses to NSCC caused by the liquidation of that member portfolio. So number 10, the Supernote 10 here says the rules identify when NSCC may cease to act for a member and the types of actions NSCC may take. For example, NSCC may suspend a firm's membership with NSCC or prohibit or limit a member's access to NSCC services in the event that member defaults on financial or other obligation to NSCC. Pursuant to the rules, each member's required fund deposit amount consists of a number of applicable components, each of which is calculated to address specific risks faced by NSCC and are described in Procedure XV of the rules. Because ID net transactions are netted with CNS transactions, these transactions are currently included in the netted positions that are used to calculate certain components of the member's fund deposit. These components include the volatility component, the mark-to-market component, and the MRD charge. Now, those are what's currently included to the fund deposit, right? Well, they're getting rid of the mark-to-market component and the MRD charge. The proposed enhancement to NSCC's margin methodology is described as follows. ID net transactions no longer will be calculated into the required fund deposit. In the event of a member default, these transactions will now be settled away from NSCC. NSCC can now collect an amount that more accurately reflects the risk. Therefore, they get more back. The people who made the bad bets or the people that took in all the risk get the hit. So this is great. So basically, they're proposing to enhance its margining methodology to remove the ID net transactions from that required fund deposit. NSCC does not guarantee the completion of these ID net transactions, so in the event of a member default, they're excluded from the operations to be settled away from NSCC. By removing ID net transactions from the calculation of members' required fund deposit, NSCC would be able to calculate and collect an amount that more accurately reflects the risks presented by positions it would be obligated to complete in the event of a member default. Now, I wonder what they mean by complete. So continuing on with the margining methodology enhancements. So in order to implement the proposed change, they're going to obviously remove the ID net transactions from the members' net unsettled positions for purpose.
I'm going to stop right there just because I'm struggling to follow. and it's not because of Charlie, you know, that has nothing to do with Charlie. Oh boy, these NSCC filings are so like just dry. My goodness. Okay, I just had to take a little break. All right, let's listen to some more. Sorry. I had to say that.
Purpose of calculating the volatility charge and the MLA charge. NSCC would also eliminate the ID net mark-to-market charge from the required fund deposit. They would also remove, or they would amend the section IA1B of Procedure XV to make clear that ID net transactions are not included in the calculation of the regular mark-to-market charge. And other than that, they're not proposing any other changes to the calculation of these margin charges. They're just getting rid of those two main ones. Remove the ID net transactions, eliminate ID net mark-to-market charge. And the market-to-market charge, what that does is it measures unrealized gains and losses versus current market price. So proposed changes to clarify the non-guaranteed status of ID net service. Like they have a whole section for this, right? But then they go on to say that it's always been this way. I find that odd. So first, they're going to include a statement in new section 5C of Rule 65 that states that the ID net service is not a guarantee. So again, it's always not been a guarantee, but now they're actually adding to the rule saying that it is not. So I don't know if I buy that. And refers to Rule 18 of the rules to describe how the ID net transactions would be treated if NSCC ceases to act for a member, remember, or member default. That is an ID net subscriber. Now, second, NSCC would amend Section 2A of Rule 18 of the rules to make it clear that uncompleted transactions processed through...
Wait, so did he just say that if they default or they're no longer a member, that it doesn't go through their ID net services? So does that mean that they could take AMC off their list of members? And then what would happen? I mean, because I can't imagine why they would be making all these rules for AMC or squeeze like AMC and then not not include him as a member. Anyways, keep going.
Through the IDNet service, in accordance with Rule 65, would be excluded from NSCC's operations if NSCC ceased to act for a member that is an IDNet subscriber pursuant to Rule 46 of the rules. By using parallel language and describing the nature of each of these services as non-guaranteed and how transactions processed through these services would be excluded from NSCC's operations following member default, the proposed change would create consistency and clarity within the rules, improving the rules' transparency to members. Other proposed changes, you can read this if you want. Pause the video. This one's getting a little bit longer than I'd like it to be anyway. Implementation time frame is going to be 10 business days after the SEC approves it. So as soon as the SEC gives an approval, or we see the on the Fed register, as soon as we see notice of filing or approval for this rule, we have 10 business days from that date. And to sum this all up, basically, they're making it a lot more difficult for these institutional firms to hide their bullshit. So they can't net settle their crap anymore and go through the NSCC. Not going to happen. So you see the language. They're all concerned about member defaulting. NSCC is really taking into account that it's assuming a lot of risk. It's got to ensure that everything is in perfect line to where they don't get blown up because of this. And that's exactly what it looks like is going on here. So we've had 803, 010, 011 all from the NSC. Then we had the FINRA notice 21 through 27 on Thursday last week. And then we had 014 on Thursday last week. So last Thursday, all on the same day, FINRA notice 2127, NSCC 803.010, and DTC 014 all came out at the same time, all pertain to the same information basically. And then we have this one come out today that basically, seals the deal there. So very, 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 very interesting filings we got here, guys. So hope you enjoyed this one. I will talk to you all later, and I hope you have a good evening.
I'm so glad he finds it interesting, because I just do not have the patience for that stuff. My goodness, talk about lawyer reading. Ooh, he has such a patience for that stuff. That's why I follow him. If you want to follow somebody who's digging into this stuff and understanding it, that's your person to go to. Direct all your questions to him about those filings, because my goodness, I'm just trying to hang on when he's talking about it. Oh man, that hurts my brain. Short share interest is at 15.03. We have 203 shares showing up as being borrowed as of right now, which is up from negative 145. So they are on a borrowing streak right now. I really want to see 40. I want to see 40 so bad. We kind of broke out of the ascending parallel channel that I had formed earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that. I kind of feel like we're just kind of on a consolidation period right now. As far as RSI goes, which is relative strength index, it's showing that the market's slightly oversold, but not so much. So like anything over 70 would mean that the stock is oversold. Sorry, overbought. Anything under 30 would be it's oversold. So it would indicate a correction in the opposite direction coming. So we're trending high on that one at the 30-minute interval. At the 5-minute interval, we are currently at 56.21, which is almost mediocre. And then I've been told that you can't really look at the 1-minute interval. It's not a good example of relative strength index. We're well above the VWAP, which is great. I like to see us trading higher. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm looking at GME. How do I do this? How did I do that? I mean, it looks like the same. It almost looks like... No, I was looking at the right thing. I was looking at the right thing. Okay, I don't know what I was smoking right there for a second. 581 million inflow versus 573 outflow. Let's see how we are doing on Fidelity. Oh, I guess I didn't have to log back in for some reason. That was cool. So typically speaking, we're number 1 on the list. We fell down to number 4 as far as trending goes on Fidelity, which isn't terrible. But we managed to recover one of our spots. Microsoft fell down 3 positions. I believe they were second earlier. So Microsoft is now below us. We currently have 62% buys to 38% sells on orders through Fidelity. GME, a monstrous 88 to 12. 88% buys to 12% sells. That is huge. Huge. Wow. Let's look and see. What does that mean for GME here? Let's look at it. I mean, they are down 3.48%. They have a negative inflow to outflow by quite a big margin, actually. I'd be interested in knowing what the dark pool trades were for the day on GME. The price is trending up. Let's pull some technicals on GME real quick here. I just kind of want to see some stuff. Let's pull it up. Bear with me, guys. I just want to see this. On the 21st of July, there was a buy signal that was entered in to the trading signals. I just want to see what their utilization. So utilization's at 42%. It's low, super low. I don't know why. Okay, so what was the utilization before the squeeze? Was 100%, and it was 100% for quite a while. A good long time, from September 7th all the way up to January, it was showing 100% utilization. Then after this, I don't know, some people want to call it a gamma squeeze in January, but well, let's just call it a gamma squeeze because they don't think it finished. So gamma squeeze in January happens. Utilization drops steadily down to 30 at a low right here, peaks back up, and then has another dropout down to the 20s, and peaks back up a second time. Let's look at that on loan per average day. Big drop off. Look at that big drop off right there. How many days has it been since then? 1, 2, 3. Wait, what day was that? July 9th. Wow. July 9th. 7 to 15 business days. Remember that. So there's 5, 10, 15. GME could have a launch in price sometime between today and Friday. That could be the reason for the buys. Let's look at one more indicator. I do want to see the free float on loan. Low. What percentage is that? It's up here. Free float. 13%. That's low. Just want to see the amount, the total loan. Yeah, those numbers are low. Failure to delivers. Got a little bit of spiking going up. Not incredibly. Let's look at one more thing. I do want to see. I want to see what the options are indicating. I don't normally check this stuff out. The only reason I'm doing it is because I'm kind of excited about the idea that they could see a price spike here soon. Because generally speaking, when that happens, it's difficult for the hedge funds to fight multiple fronts, and would allow us to as well spike in price. So let me look at options. GME. So I just wanted to show options data for the GME and see what that looks like. Let's do straddle, thanks to, oh, it is on straddle. Nope, it is now. Look at the out of the money positions at $570. There's 5,000 open contracts, open interest 5,000. Interesting. I don't look at these enough to know what's big numbers and what's small numbers. It looks like the puts are kind of centered around 160 and the calls are looking for the price to be around 200. I honestly don't think that you could see a gamma squeeze. I don't know. I'm not really seeing it. I'm not really seeing a gamma squeeze set up here. I don't feel like there's enough. I guess that's something I haven't really taken into consideration. Option contracts at these prices would be a lot bigger. So let's see. So if we were to include this right here, it would be 8,000 at 200. What does that number come out to? Sorry, it's not 8,000. Should be 800,000. At $200 a piece, that would be $160 million worth of options right here alone. At the 200, if they could hit 200. $30 increase in price, is that what we're looking at? Let's see. Yeah, $30 increase in price. I don't know, by Friday? Probably not. Look at these 1111111 over here. What is this? Is anybody watching this? What's that about? I mean, talk about stair-stepping the price down. This is how you do it. What the heck? I hope somebody's getting this. That's insanity. I mean, at least they're usually with the manipulation on like AMC, it's, you know, it's more masked. But this right here, this is, you know, once they get past this 122 and 97, you can see that it just steps the price down as it goes. Each single one of these shares, you know, if a share is sold to this price, it picks up that new price level. I mean, yeah, this is like laddering right here, definition. I mean, this looks like massive manipulation right here. I've never seen it so blatant. Normally it's in larger values on AMC, but this just looks blatant to me. I just want to see what the trade and sales look like, the actual trades as they're going through. Sorry guys, just bear with me for a minute. I know this isn't AMC, but I want to see what's happening here. I want to see. This is intriguing to me. Because if it was real ladder attacking, you'd see small numbers coming through on the actual time sales stamps, but they have to get through these first. And they're getting through them. They're coming. You're going to see a big ladder attack once it gets through that 170.62. Once they get the price down to 170.62, you're going to see that. You're going to see those numbers just disappear like super quick. I mean, that's it doesn't get any more obvious as to a ladder attack than that. So, but if you look at the time and sales, it's not seeing small figures go through. So if these sales were actually occurring, you should see those. So is this where they're? Did you see that? Did you see how fast the price just dropped from 170.50 cents down to 170.33? They literally got through it like in no time at all. It just evaporated. I mean, I know it's only, you know, fractions of a dollar, but still, that whole chain just disappeared, and the price went down. Me no likey. That's pretty insane. I'd be upset if I owned that stock. I'm already upset with AMC. It's like watching ours. It's just like, ah, come on, are you serious? Really? How do they get away with this bullshit? Let's see. We're at 241. I am going to end the show just like 2 minutes earlier today because I feel like I'm not catching the close right on the closure. So I will end the show based on this time down on the bottom right hand side. Normally I do it at 58:20. So now it's going to be 56:20. Just so I can get the end of the music to hit right on when the stock closes. I don't know why the time's off. It always worked before, but now all of a sudden it seems like I'm 2 minutes off all the time. Maybe I need to update my computer time. Sync. It says the last synchronized time was on 11/26 of 2020. Then why do I have? Shouldn't it auto sync itself periodically? You would think. I'm gonna jack something up. I just know it. It's not syncing for some reason. Anyways. Go away. Let's see. Done looking at AMC or GME. I'll pull up AMC back up. Yeah, it's not letting me sync up my time. I'm not sure why, but I would imagine that when I am successful at getting that to sync up, that it'll probably fix the issue. Boy, Duncan, how close are we? How close are we to getting this right here? My goodness, this is gonna be a nail biter. Probably more so for me. I really want it to close as high as possible, but watching it hit like 3901 is gonna be a little painful. Not gonna lie. Yeah, you distract me all you want. Hmm. I worry about the IPO that's going to be opening for Robinhood. When is that? Is that supposed to be this week? Robinhood IPO release date. Let's see if they actually made one. The shares are slated to start trading on June 29th. Tomorrow. Be careful, guys. If anybody's going to yeah, it says the 29th. Be careful. That's all I've got to say. If you guys decide to trade Robinhood, just be super careful. Make sure you don't have it in a margin account. You know, if you want to buy shares of Robinhood, just don't do it in a margin account, whatever you do. I know, man. That's how I'm feeling right now. Robinhood is it's like just poison. I'm staying as far away as possible. Personally, myself, I just don't want to have anything to do with yeah, just anything to do with it, period. It's ugh. You have to wear protection for that kind of touching. The volume's still pretty low. So I predicted 50 to 70 million. I was thinking it was going to hit around 62, but we might actually break. We could break 70 million here. It'll be ever so much. Watch, I'll miss my prediction for volume by just a fraction of a hair, and then my price too. It'll close at like 69 or 30, 3901. We'll take every penny we can get. It's funny. Sometimes I feel like I sound desperate for the price to rise, and I'm really not desperate at all. Like I know it's just gonna do what it's gonna do, but I can't, I can't help myself. I feel like I just end up sounding desperate when I'm talking about, yeah, we'll take every penny we can. 3872 and 3871. Yep. I noticed somebody mentioned on Reddit the other day that those walls are not walls. And I think I know what they mean by that. What they're suggesting is that they're I think what they're saying is it's just a synthetic wall to set up to make it look like the price can't be dropped below this point, to get people to probably put in lower bids below those prices, so they don't compete with those prices as they can drop through that region. So it's like a fake wall. Yeah. And I've always seen that. Like I've seen that a lot. It gets there and instead of it, it gets hit, and the second it gets hit, it just disappears. But I still call them walls because it is. Regardless of whether it's a real wall or not, it's still a perceived wall. And you have to, it means something, regardless of whether it's actually going to be an actual wall. It's still a perceived wall. The same thing happens on the other side too, just as much. I've seen plenty of those walls disappear. All right, so we got just about 6 minutes left together. It's been a great day, guys. Not 5% gains, but it was a good day today. Considering that we had somewhat of a low volume day yesterday, we did increase the volume ever so slightly. We didn't drop $2 like we did yesterday. We gained about almost $1. So we kind of gained back a little bit from where we closed at yesterday, which was good. So I'm excited about tomorrow because with increased volume and an increase on price, we could be moving towards kind of a more positive day. I guess. I guess it'll kind of just see it happens in the after hours, and that'll kind of be Europe gets to set the tone for tomorrow. So hats off to Europe, like always. I'm sure you guys are going to pull through and get us to those elevated points that we need to have for a good starting day. Let's just hope that volume's up, though. I really want to see the volume up higher. This is just too low. I want to see, I don't know, 100 million would be fine. Anything over 100 million is good. 1/5 of our entire trading. Oh, look at that. The attacks are starting. Trying to really push it down. They know that we're going to fight for the 39, so they're really going to try and push it down as low as they possibly can to keep that fight away from the $39 mark. Look at you, Duncan. You're over there like, what? No way. 38.80? My hit. Well, we'll play the outro music for you, and you can be happy or be sad. I don't know which, but your choice. 4 walls now at those levels that you're pointing out earlier. That could be a whale. It could be a whale stepping into the fight. Yeah, interesting day for sure. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to cover. Duncan, I'll send you another message. I don't know if you read the one from earlier, but I'm going to send you another message with a couple well, it'll just be some copy paste. We got 5 now? Oh, and it did hit one of the 10Ks and actually did drop it like 2,000, so it's an actual wall. Wow. Haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. I mean, it's been a while. It's going to hit it again. Boom. Somebody's really buying. That's a good chunk of shares to be buying. That's very interesting. Boom, look at him go. Now there's a 20,000 at 38.68. Wow. This is good. This is good news, guys. I like seeing people come in and buy like this. They're getting those walls are getting hit pretty hard. They're real. They're not just disappearing. Somebody's got some shares to sell, that's for sure. You know, that's great if they're buying up, if they're actually buying up hedge funds shares. You'll see massive amounts of loaning coming out tomorrow. If that's the case, if they're really just sucking them up. What did we see there? 50, 60, 70,000 at least. We had 4 groups of 10, 20, 60 to 70,000 maybe shares. It's a good chunk. And there goes the price. Looks like it's going to try and head back up. All right, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Peace, you guys. Eat, drink, sleep well. We're going to have another day tomorrow, and it's going to be a good one. Yeah, it got him nowhere. It's looking good. I'm liking it. See you guys tomorrow.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now it is.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.